Well, a very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for tuning in what promises to be an absolute thrilling showcase of the very best in our sport. We're coming to you live from Raymond Terrace Bowling Club for the finals. The Bowls New South Wales Season 3 TAB Platinum Pennant, where our state's top clubs have battled all season for this very opportunity to ply their trade in the big finals matches. So it comes down to composure, precision and teamwork under pressure. Stakes couldn't be higher, margins will be tight and every bowl will matter. So sit back and enjoy the action over the next 2 days. This is the pinnacle of club bowls in New South Wales. My name's Lee Stinson. Joined alongside me is our Platinum Pennant commentary guru, Jason Pinnock. And Jason, no second chance for our teams here today. This promises to be a really tense battle.
Absolutely, Lee. Looking forward to this weekend. Yeah, simple task for both teams here. It's all about the masterboard only. Winner will move on to tonight's round. Loser is out for the season. So, pretty straightforward task. They both know what they've got to do.
You see the graphic on screen. So, our elimination final will be the game we're bringing you this afternoon. The Cabramatta Bullants, who finished in 4th place, taking on the 5th placed Wenty League's Magpies. You can see that structure there on screen throughout the course of the weekend, which we'll talk you through. Also in this time slot is our qualifying final. So that'll be on the other end of the green. 𝗟𝗟𝗡𝗚𝗓 in 2nd and St John's Park in 3rd place. Those two sides going into battle, but by virtue of being in the top 3, they will have a second chance if they do lose here this afternoon. So plenty to play for. And Jason, do you want to run through the Cabramatta Bullants team list?
Yeah, sure will. And on our live stream rink this afternoon, leading up, we have Michael Phillips with James Reynolds, Jay Bruce and Nick Carl skipping there. In the second rink, leading up, 𝗟𝗜𝗚𝗘, Ben Moorthorpe, Karen Murphy and Carl Healy. And on the far rink, we've got Jamie Lee Warsnop, Jack Smith, Jack Lewis 3rd with Aaron Disco Wilson skipping that one.
Some fantastic players there, Jason, and for their opposition, the Wenty League's Magpies. Featured here on our streaming rink, Alex Tonkin, Franklin Fong, Corey Daly and Kane Nelson. On the other two rinks, leading there, Jordan Mullaney with Peter Swan, Rowan Dennis, and skipping that rink, Jacob Nelson. And on the third and final match, it's Josh Ingram, Cameron Curtis, Rick Lucy and Matt Long Swan. And we've seen both these sides earlier on in the competition. Jason, I'm scared to put you on the spot early, but what do you see happening here today in this knockout game?
Well, it's a hard one. You can look at the team lists and in all honesty, you'd probably nearly favour Cabramatta, but there's no home ground advantage for either side. They're both playing here at the hangar. They have both played here this season. So I don't know. I'm going to sit on the fence for now. The only thing I will say, Lee, and a couple of notes or a couple of interesting points. Wenty have got a few players that have played in the rookies event here and won the state rookies or made the finals. And we're talking about Jordan Mullaney, Rick Lucy, and of course Josh Ingram. So they themselves know this green very, very well and have won here at a state level. So could be an interesting note, but you look at the class of Cabramatta. Yeah, hard one to call, Lee.
Absolutely. We should be in for a fantastic afternoon. Each rink, 21 ends, 63 ends overall as players midway through trial end number 1. And of course, just been a masterboard only result for the remainder of the competition. Should any side get to a position where they wish to concede, that of course that will be at their choice and the match will finish. So 4 games this weekend, Jace. Should be a great game here this afternoon. I'm sure both of us looking forward to tonight. Of course, Raymond Terrace Jets, the home club, virtue of being our Season 3 minor premiers. They've progressed right through to the major semi-final tonight, and they'll take on the winner of St John's Park and 𝗟𝗟𝗡𝗚𝗓. And this place is going to be pumping later on, Jace.
Oh, most definitely, Lee. We know that a lot of I think they've got 4 grades all playing away matches today. Some are playing this morning, so we know they're all going to be back here. And we know from last time, viewers, you probably couldn't hear our commentary over the cheering of the crowd up on the deck up there, and I'd imagine it might even go a couple of decibels higher tonight, so looking forward to that atmosphere.
Absolutely, and already a pretty healthy crowd in too, Jay, so far, considering that the home team not in action here in this first session. All four clubs brought a nice little group of supporters up here with them to cheer on their side, and what I really liked too, Jason, was that all of these four clubs in action in this session, all, of course, Sydney or Illawarra-based clubs, made the effort to be here yesterday.
Yep.
Quite a bit of time on the greens. We've mentioned it often, and we'll do it again throughout the course of the coverage over the next 2 days. Conditions here vastly different to most clubs, so all teams taking things pretty seriously and getting up here the day before to really try and adapt to what this green has in store for them.
The one thing I have noticed, I was myself able to chat with a couple of players that are staying at the motel where I'm at too, and from all different sides. Every single player I spoke to said their teams are ready. They're all here, they're all up. They're all here to win the title. So it's really good to hear that sort of chat too outside of the game from them players. So.
I'm just impressed that the players could hear you from your penthouse balcony. That they could... Are you doing it by sign language down to the ground floor?
Funny man, Lee Stinson, funny man.
So if you are tuning in, of course, throughout the comments on YouTube, let us know where you're watching on from and who you're supporting here this afternoon. Love to know who you believe will take out this game and also the overall competition. I know throughout our social media posts over the last few days, quite a lot of support for the Raymond Terrace Jets. However, it is worth noting that Warilla hosted Season 1 finals, Jason. They didn't go on to win the title. Cabramatta hosted the finals in Season 2, and they didn't win that title. So home ground advantage for finals has been a bit of a poison chalice so far. It hasn't just led to victory. So we'll see how things progress throughout the course of the weekend. We know they'll be hard to beat, the Jets, but these four clubs are going to be giving it their all as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And we do know, we speak about it all the time. The Jets just know their greens here. But in saying that, all these teams are getting a run on this surface before the Jets do tonight. So there's going to be some information that players that win today pick up on, ready for their tasks tonight, especially the ones that win that second versus third as they come up against the Jets tonight. So some interesting scenarios could quite easily play out here tonight.
Yeah, you're right, Jace. And as players go through end number 2 of their trial end, I was fortunate enough earlier on to catch up with a member of each side throughout the practice session. And as always, we're lucky enough to be joined by two of the key members of today's live stream rink. And first of all, from the Cabramatta Bullants, Nick Cale. And Nick, you've had 2 weeks to prepare for finals. What's the key factor here today?
Yeah, we're really looking forward to it, Lee. Finals time, always exciting. It's our third crack in the finals, so preparation has just been individual for us this week. Obviously, we live a little bit further apart than some teams, so we've all been putting the time in over the course of the week. So, yeah, we're looking forward to it.
And you alluded to third crack at the finals for Cabramatta and champions in our TAB Season 1 competition. What would it mean to go all the way again this time around?
It'd be fantastic, especially with the calibre of players that are still here this week. It's going to be a phenomenal weekend of bowls, regardless of who's playing in the finals. 5 amazing teams. We're very lucky to be here. But, yeah, look, we're going into it just like everyone else is. We're in with a shot. So we'll be doing our best this week, and it'd mean everything to the club to win it for a second time.
And an elimination final here this afternoon against Wenty Leagues. What do you fear out of the Magpies team?
Very strong team. I think one of the Nelson boys said to me last week they feel like they're overperforming a bit, which I think is wrong. They're a very, very strong side. So we've got our work cut out for us. It's going to be a tough battle, but I think the best team will come out on top today.
Thanks very much, Nick. We'll let you make way and go on with your preparations for this afternoon's game. As we bring in now from the Wenty Leagues Magpies, Franklin Fong. And Franklin, first time in the finals, the Magpies. Everyone must be excited for today.
Yeah, we are. We're quietly confident. We've been putting in the hard yards the last 2 weeks. So, yeah, we're just keeping it simple.
And how's things been around the club with all your other members? As we said, first time into the finals for the Magpies. Worked your way up the ladder from 10th and 9th in the first 2 seasons. Everyone must be back home today watching on and hoping for a great result.
Yeah, they're very excited. I think they'll be more interested in our game than their own Pennants, to be honest. So, yeah, they're all wishing us good luck. So, yeah.
And you're known, mate, as one of the real live wires amongst the team. Do you sort of take that on board and try and get across the rinks throughout these big games just to cheer everyone on?
Yeah, I mean, I just try to be me. You know, I know sometimes it upsets a few people, but you know what? Just be yourself, be happy, you know, get the crowd going, get the vibes going. So hopefully, yeah, keeps everyone happy.
And as well, mate, a late switch in the season. You were leading up for quite a lot of the season, moved into second with 𝗟𝗟𝗡𝗡𝗡𝗔𝗧𝗜𝗢 going to lead. What were some of the reasons behind the change? And for you personally, what does that mean for your preparation?
Oh, we just thought we'd change something because we didn't play that well against St John's and Cabra on our rink. So, Cabra on our rink. So we switched that up and improved a lot of things, just changed the dynamic of the side. I haven't really changed much, just keep doing our drills. We know what to do.
Fantastic. And thanks, Franco. We'll get you on your way as well so you can continue your preparation. And there we are, viewers. 2 key members, both Nick Cale and Franklin Fong, all set for this blockbuster elimination final. And as always, a big thank you to our players for taking their time out of the practice to have a chat with us. So the Skips are back to the mat, just about to play their final bowls on trial end number 2. And Jason will have a look at the last time these 2 sides met. And it was Cabramatta Bullants coming out on top earlier on this season. Only a couple of rounds ago, Jason. This was in round 10, and it was a Wenty home game as they were pushing for finals, but Cabra got the job done on that occasion.
Yes, well, I think Cabra were also in that area where they were looking at dropping out of the 5 themselves, and they turned on a big weekend that weekend particularly. I think they won 3 out of 3 that weekend to help cement themselves up in that top 5. So, do we take anything out of that? Well, I think you can. Recent form's always good form, I think. So, but again, new tasks today.
And by virtue of the random rink draw matchup each and every week, those sides playing against slightly different opposition. It was a big win to Carl Healy's rink on that occasion against Matthew Swan, but those 2 players didn't draw each other this week. So, yeah, as you say, slightly different, but 3 games played so far. Of course, 1 in each season. It is Cabramatta with the 3-0 lead in that head-to-head between these 2 clubs. As we get underway, the jack rolled here on end number 1. So finals about to start. And it is the Wenty League's Magpies to kick things off with their lead, 𝗟𝗟𝗡𝗡𝗡𝗡𝗡. Plenty of people tuning in already. Daz, good afternoon to you as well. Chris, tuning in from Thailand. Hoping the Bullants get the job done. Stephen in Scotland predicting a Raymond Terrace victory overall. So thanks for tuning in wherever you are this afternoon, this morning or this evening, wherever you are right around the world. 4 exciting games coming up throughout the course of this weekend. And if you are just tuning in as more people join the telecast minute by minute elimination final this game, Cabramatta finishing in 4th, Wenty Leagues in 5th. No second chance here, Jason. It's really what we want to start the weekend off.
Absolutely. Straight knockout. Play for everything straight off the bat. So, we're really looking forward to this game. I think Wenty have had a really, really good season this season. You know, we see 𝗟𝗟𝗡𝗡𝗡𝗡𝗡 here. Pretty good openers, good weight early on by Alex, so that'll give him some confidence moving forward. What will be interesting is to see if there's any tactics around lengths, because we see so often these live streams at Raymond Terrace, we see that T-to-T length so often. So let's see what tactics these teams here today try and employ. Maybe they might find something too that could rattle Raymond Terrace later on. I just don't know.
Well, there's a great point you mentioned in the intro, Jason, about these clubs coming here. Throughout the 3 seasons so far, and of course we're not talking about many games across the course of 3 seasons, but the 4 clubs that are on green at the moment have yet to win a game here at the Hangar.
That's right.
However, by the time some of these teams get to play Raymond Terrace throughout the weekend, they're going to go in with a win under their belt for the first time. And the numbers are quite stark. So there's 5 games played by these sides across the opening 3 seasons here. Of course, 5 losses. And for Raymond Terrace, they've played 16 matches here in preliminary rounds, 15 wins. So 94% success rate here. But, of course, that's just coming up for a one-off trip and taking on the Jets, where these players are going to have a game under their belt. Well, of course, the Warilla St John's Park and potentially one of these 2 clubs later on in the weekend.
Some good noise out there early on too, Lee, right across this green. So plenty of good talk and positive chatter out there to start the game off.
See Franklin Fong for Wenty Leagues. Great to have a chat with Franklin in the pre-match. Won a lot of events in tournament play over the past years, and one of his key club events he's the Wenty League major singles champion from the previous season. So,
not a mean feat to win the Wenty League's major singles, I tell you.
Absolutely. So he was runner-up 2 seasons ago and won it 1 season ago. Great player is Franklin, and we'll talk more about the rest of the players. You see already both thirds starting down the end with the skips. So midway through this end, players still just honing in on the range. Most people there, as you see, have either got the line or the weight. Haven't quite married up both of those early doors. As Corey Daly takes his opportunity. And, of course, Corey, a former New South Wales State singles champion as well.
He is. He defeated one of the better-known bowlers in our game, in Aaron Sheriff, in that final he did, Lee. Not a bad scalp.
He's played this well. Yeah, perfect weight. Gets into the count. So a couple of shots here for the Magpies, midway through end number 1. And I think we'll see a bit of this over the course of the 4 games, Jason. When the heads are available there to play firm weight to, they're not going to muck around. And Jay Bruce, another former New South Wales State singles champion, has his go for the jack.
He's got it nicely. He didn't quite get it as nice as he wanted, but he's done it pretty well.
He's kept it in bounds. So has stayed 30 to 50 centimetres from the boundary peg. So players the opportunity now to draw out wide to the boundary, and Daly first of all.
Well, has he got the run here? He's got the run for the shot anyway, so.
Yeah, played it well.
2 good bowls there by Corey Daly to open up. Drew the shot with his first and had to draw the shot again with his second. So
just with a massive bias that this green holds, it's probably hard to trust yourself, Jason, not to go into that next rink. You see those bowls there alongside the scoreboard.
That's definitely.
You need to be out very close to those, as Jay Bruce has done.
He's done this very well, I think, Lee.
Just wants needs to pull up now. Well, Jay Bruce.
That is sensational shooting early on.
Terrific strike with his first and followed it up with a draw to the boundary peg. And we'll see whether Kane Nelson decides to draw another close bowl, Jace, or whether he just takes the chance to try and remove the shot. And that's the way he approached the matter. I think we're going firm weight.
Yeah, well.
He's given that freedom. You can see that bowl of Corey Daly's, the red one there near the ditch, pretty well protected by all those front bowls. I think when Bruce took the jack back into the ditch, he was holding 2 or 3, but that bowl of Corey Daly's pretty well protected for Cale to find. So certainly with this one, Nick will be on the draw. And of course, Nick, coordinator at Cabra, recently moved down from Queensland, well, a couple of years ago now. It's been a state representative for both Queensland and New South Wales, and currently part of the Australian men's Jackaroo squad, and he's had a few appearances for the country already.
Well, he's done this pretty well, Lee. Well, that's 2.
And where it's landed, I don't think that's going to change Kane's attempt.
No,
He'll be trying to
Kane's
get both of those bowls firm weight again.
It's closer. Oh, he got one out. I do know Kane's had plenty of practice recently at those drives. Anyone seem to have followed the Everest?
Yeah, I hadn't seen that match result. You were telling me in the pre-game, Jason, that he had quite a run of successful strikes in the latter stages of that event. See Kale trying to count again. Needs to hold past this red one. Won't quite do enough. So one shot there to the Bullants to kick things off on in number 1. And I see our team have been hard at work, Jason, in the background this week. We also have that secondary scoreboard there on screen for you. So just masterboard on that far game between Warilla and St John's Park. So we'll keep those scores up to date as they come in as well for you. So I think that's going to be good for all our viewers, Jace, to be able to follow on with both of these important matches there.
Absolutely, try and cover every single result possible for the viewers. Good opener there. Michael Phillips.
Good player, Mickey Phillips, won New South Wales state triples 2 or 3 years ago now when the state championships were held at Fig Tree. Got in our notes here as well. At the time, a couple of years ago, JC was the youngest ever men's champion at Marylands when he was there in their major singles. So pretty sure he still holds that record. And when you see the history that a club like Marylands has, to hold that record as the youngest ever is a no mean feat.
No, most definitely. Move across to Cabramatta now to apply his trade. Been there a couple of years himself now, hasn't he, Lee?
Yeah, he has.
I reckon, nearly 3 years now.
Yeah, he was a star junior as well. Won the New South Wales under-18s junior singles back in 2020. And New South Wales Junior Bowler of the Year, represented at both under-18s and under-25s level. He's only a young man. He's only 22 is Michael. And someone of his capability and titles won in a lot of other states across Australia. He would have made his way into the state men's team, but with the quality of New South Wales, he's just knocking on the door, putting in the hard yards and hoping that opportunity comes in the future years.
Well, at 22, he'd have to be in under 25 contention, if not automatic selection just about. But again, it's another area of our state that's really strong with talent as well. So
Franklin just trying to make his way down here on the forehand, just overweighted, going to get back to the centre line. Picked the line pretty well. Of course, our green, if you're unfamiliar with conditions here at Raymond Terrace, green runs in and around the 18-second mark.
Jimmy Reynolds, has he got the run here? Well, he did wait it well, just undergrassed a little bit. Don't have to miss your grass by much here either, Lee. You miss it by a bowl and you soon know.
So hard to trust yourself, isn't it, to take that really wide line.
Yeah.
But play what you see. Trust that it will turn back for you. And like you said, the wider you are, you're always turning back into the jack. You cross the line, you're only going away from it.
Well, another interesting point in those conversations I had with individual players yesterday. One player from one club said that they actually got out there during the week with really old bowls on their surface and practiced to take grass, knowing that they'd have to come here and take grass just to get their mindset going and understand that they just have to take more grass than they usually used to. So not a bad little training regime to get yourself ready for this weekend.
Joe Bruce close to getting the jack. Well, does enough to ensure that they hold shot. The yellow bowl belonging to Michael Phillips.
Corey's got a little bit on here. He can sit the bowl, trail the jack. It's all just wait. He's just got to give this a chance. It's mighty close too. We just slid in under, but you saw that. That was going to whip right away too, wasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And we are in a slightly different place to where we were when we covered a game here a few weeks ago. Just to ensure fairness between these two sessions today, we've moved the centre lines into a slightly different place. Of course, that just helps us across the green, where either Warilla or St John's Park will stay at that end of the green for the second game. So they'll come across to a different centre line, which means we have that, of course, at this end of the green where we are. And this clubhouse side that Corey's playing wasn't utilised a great deal last time, but been a little bit more in from the ditch, maybe slightly kinder as Corey just over, but
he's finished
not
well.
In there.
Yeah, it's 2 second woods now for Wenty, so we give Kane Nelson some confidence to be able to push into that head.
They're the shots for me here, Jason, after watching that game here that we covered between Marylands and Raymond Terrace a few weeks ago. That shot there where, as you say, just trying to give the bowl that small chance, half a metre or a metre of weight. So hard to play accurately on this green. You need to draw in, and if you're just overweight, you get that result anyway.
Yeah. The Jets themselves seem to really master that weight, that pushing into the head, but other teams that have come here have struggled with it.
So Nick holding first, trying to beat either the red or the white. Fades underneath. Perfect weight. So we'll see Kane Nelson come back to the mat. Have a chance. Terrific conditions here this afternoon. Sun shining brightly where we are. Jace, you can see in the background there behind Kane. It's quite warm, probably up into the mid-20s.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Here today at Raymond Terrace. Players blessed with perfect conditions under cover. There's Nelson.
He likes this, he does, Lee. He's very close here, just wants to give. He has. What a shot early on from Kane Nelson. Sat that bowl through, that shot bowl through of Michael Phillips. Definitely 2 there to Wenty now. Could be 3.
That's a terrific shot. You saw on the earlier angle just how much that bowl was turning back into the head, and he got it right in the middle. And
so I reckon we might see Nick play some really good weight. It's not going to be muck around weight here, I don't think, with that setup. He's going to be going straight at this, or with a controlled weight that he feels comfortable with. Lets it go.
Just misses underneath, so it will be Wenty to get there. Score moving at the moment. Currently,
We've got 3 here, I think, Lee. What does Kane do? He needs to move this jack a little bit and make more certain of these shots, I think. Jack's still sitting there nicely to be plucked out, so...
This is the last bowl.
Oh, excuse me, you are correct. Yes, it is the last bowl. I still thought Nick had one, but he did win the first end, so... Chance here for Kane then to add.
I'll let you off this time, Jace.
That's the sun got in the eyes, mate.
Kane Nelson just needs this one to pull up to get the required turn.
Just hung, didn't he? Like, he's only probably a metre over there, and that one hung.
Well, that's enough. All that bend will happen, and just as the bowl's about to finish, but a great shot with his first. Gets 3 for his team, and good to see one end going in the way of both sides. So both teams underway, and you see some of those scores starting to filter in on the other match there as well. So we'll keep that up to date throughout the course of the game. If you are really wanting to know individual rink scores between Warilla and St John's Park, you can go on to the Bowls Link results portal, which is available results.bowlslink.com.au, and look for that Platinum Pennant competition, and you get that full breakdown on that far rink. That being the game that we're not streaming, we'll just provide you the masterboard there and keep you up to date with these individual rinks on the match that we are streaming.
Tactical change in length straight away here from Wenty, going nice and short with the jack.
Thanks everyone who's watching on for being part of the early coverage. It'll be a fantastic weekend. So this is the first of 4 games we'll be bringing you across the next 2 days. Give you some times that are New South Wales match times, and please do adjust these to your local areas if you're outside of New South Wales. Tonight at 6 p.m, we have Raymond Terrace taking on the winner of Warilla and St John's Park. The winner of that game, of course, will go through to tomorrow's grand final. And our 2-time slots tomorrow, Jason, we are at 10 a.m. and 3 p.m. for the grand final. As I said there, New South Wales time, so do adjust those to the time that suits you, wherever you are watching on from today.
Yeah, and obviously there's a lot of other pennant going on around our state today, Lee, with regions involved with open pennant or single gender pennant happening everywhere. So I expect some big numbers of viewers tonight. Once all that pennants are done and dusted, they'll be wanting to get home and put their feet up in front of the TV and tune into some brilliant bowls this evening at 6 p.m. Great time slot to be playing bowls, I think. As a viewer, it's the best time slot to be watching, I know that.
Oh, absolutely. There's no secret about that, isn't it? When you see all the TV programming for sport and news broadcasts and everything, it's all in that prime time slot. So it'll work well for us here this evening. Gave our players the opportunity to be here and have some practice this morning as well. For those who may have had to travel this morning due to other work commitments, they could do so earlier on today, although I think most, if not all, players made their way here at some stage throughout the course of yesterday or last night. See, Wenty trying to add to the count. Lovely shot of the Alex Tonkins bowl. Nestled in alongside the jack. Not a bad spot for that red bowl of Franklin Fongs to finish. And on the mat there, Jay, someone where most of our viewers would be familiar with, James Reynolds.
Absolute legend of our game, mate, and a gentleman to go with it. So,
of course, James, current world champion, and it's bowls like this as to why.
Jimmy Reynolds, come on down. Great shot.
So that means he's played his first game for Australia, 2002.
He's still going strong.
Still going strong 24 years later. Sure, he's in the mix again for Commonwealth Games selection in a few months' time. As we said, 2023 World Bowls Para Men's Pairs champion.
Look, Jimmy Reynolds is an absolute legend in that area. He's done a lot in that para area, not only on green but off green too. He has, and he's building up the profile of it and getting more people involved. We see this one come down, get an edge off of the red. Sure, he just slid on through. But yeah, he's big on promoting it and trying to get players better. But at the same time, he's trying to keep his game in front of them as well, because he's got his own personal aspirations of, still winning world titles and Australian titles, etc., etc. So, great ambassador for our game in the para space, but just a great ambassador for our game, full stop.
Jay Bruce trying to get to this shot bowl. Well, had the double chance of turning the Reynolds bowl onto the jack, but didn't quite get one or the other. Still one there to the Magpies.
Corey, does he get down enough here? There's a shelf there. He can use any of those. Well, he's turned in nicely, hasn't he? And it kept going.
Just ran past. Where's the one to Wenty, and Cabramatta got some bowls just behind, and probably got second and third, if not fourth closest bowl as well. Jay Bruce trying to set this shot bowl. Similar one to what Kane Nelson played last end.
Oh, he's unlucky again. He's played two brilliant bowls and without a result. But that can be the harsh stories of our game sometimes, Lee, can't it?
Oh, my word, Chase, yeah.
You can only put them in an area.
That's all you can do. And I'm happy just to get them on the right bias and take my luck from there. Got taught by one of the new coaches in our office to go with the terminology of bro.
Bro.
Big ring outside.
Big ring. Makes sense. Hey?
So I can remember that. So, yeah, just getting them on the right bias is enough. And Nelson's done that with this one. Just needs to go a little further to count.
Well,
stays on its run. Oh, just drops out. Certainly blocked off some of those angles, Jason. You see perfectly on screen there.
Yep. So a bit of a choice here for Nick. Is he looking heavy? Is he looking at some positive weight down that forehand there through that last Kane Nelson bowl, or might have been what he was just having a look at before he left, or he might just stay on this draw? But no, he's on that forehand.
Yeah, it's either a perfect draw or he goes through the front one. He's
good for the draw.
Just drawing or trying to turn back to the jack. It will turn well here on this clubhouse side. You can miss that Nelson bowl at the front.
He's got a miss now. Oh, he's collected it. But you know what? That's not all bad for him.
Yeah, certainly a big weighted shot has opened up, and I'll be mucking around with that if it's left like that. Sure, Kane Nelson would be happy enough with exactly the same bowl. As we see our first dead end of this fixture on the far rink between Wilson and Long Swan on that rink.
Nope. Yeah, the first dead end, but no locals in here yet, so we haven't heard the cheer. We might hear a bit of that tonight, though, Lee.
Kane Nelson just trying to get back towards centre rink here.
Just wants to turn back. Well, he counts.
Pretty well, he counts, yeah. That's all you can do. Fortunately for him, just finishing alongside of the jacks, broaden up this target.
Yeah, we'll be
love watching these replays, just seeing the bowl tracking towards the jack. And yeah, with his two bowls on either side of the jack and the jack in the middle, sure we'll see Cale with firm weight here. And the only thing that last bowl of Nelson's might do is stopping the jack going out to that side of the rink where it might go. So it could rebound anywhere here if he gets this jack cleanly.
Well, he's close. He's got a hit.
And he's got it out to our side
Very good
of
bowl.
the rink. And after 16 bowls, no result. And we'll go back and start end number 3. And it looks like the players have decided to play back in the opposite direction. Of course, for those newer bowlers that may be unsure, any dead ends, you are to play in the same direction of play as the dead end unless both teams agree to play from the other end. And it appears with all bowls at one end there, Jace, they were happy enough to go back in the other direction.
Yeah.
Save the legs.
Yeah, save the legs. And obviously, they're still in that sparring area, so they haven't. This doesn't seem to be an advantage in going one direction or the other yet, Lee. They haven't picked up or anything there. So later on in the game, however, we could see a tactic employed that, no, I want the bowl sent back and we want to stay in this direction. Michael Phillips starting us off again. What is quite notable already is that these leads are preferring to stay on the inside of the green rather than the ditch side. So forehand in this direction for the right-handers, backhand in the other direction.
And just to confuse things, we've got a right-hander and a left-hander opening up for either team.
Well, there we go. There we go. So we're playing backhand, backhand, forehand in at both directions. Definitely the inside of the this green is the preference for the front-end players. And it's something we've picked up in previous rounds as well, Lee.
Yeah, it's certainly the way the Jets played a few weeks ago, so take it from the locals that it's probably the more favoured side of the green. Both sides well and truly available, but even on your own greens at home, viewers, I'm sure you have a side of the green that might be your go-to, and that might be to do with the prevailing wind direction or one that might be a bit narrower or wider, whatever your preference is. Still 1 to Wenty at the moment.
Jimmy's on a pretty good track here. Here's Lee. Does he get all the way back? He does. James Reynolds. Great shot. Good to see him back in the squad, Lee. He missed out last year.
Yeah, only played the early part of the season and then, a couple of team changes. I think I spoke to him at one stage, Jason. He felt like he wasn't quite playing as well as what he wanted to, and I think some of that had to do with some of the later evening fixtures. We copped a lot of wet conditions last season too, and the heavier greens weren't quite to his liking. And when you're at a club like Cabramatta, there are always players knocking on the door, and you just look at a name this season in Ellen Fife, formerly Ellen Ryan, who still well and truly entrenched in the Australian setup, but hasn't quite been able to find a spot in this team.
Yeah.
I'm sure all the other sides in this competition would love to have someone of Ellen's capability jump in, but just hasn't quite been able to make this side here at Cabra this year.
And even our co-commentator, Gary Willis, he's featured in this Platinum Pennant team before and still plays at a very, very high level himself and can't find a position in here either. So lots of depth there for Cabra. See Corey Daly here sitting the shot bowl through. Brilliant bowl there, Chippy. Corey Daly, known as Chippy. Jay just wants to skid all the way back. He's very close as he got the run. Oh. Corey, something similar.
You just saw him there on screen, Jay. He's barely let that bowl go. We're probably over about a 24 to 25 metre length. It's just such a fine roll out of the fingers.
See, he didn't really want to trail that. Jackson's very, very wide. But
just trying to hold on here for Bowl or Jack.
Yeah, good shot.
Just gets enough. And well played, 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘. These players really in the zone. Here, Jason, not surprising.
Well, it is finals weekend. They should be well and truly dialed up to their 100% game right now. They used coming in here 95% and missing out. You don't get another game. Yep. See Kane here. Going big.
Oh, fractions away from the edge of that jack. I think it was Gary Willis that mentioned to us a couple of weeks ago that he rates that drive of Kane Nelson up there with some of the best in the business. There's plenty of good ones amongst that 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘 squad. I suppose if you're at that level, Jace, you're pretty good at nearly every shot.
Oh, you got to be able to play every shot in the book very, very well, don't you?
Cale on the draw. His forehand. Left to right on your screen.
You wouldn't mind seeing a little bit of jack movement here. He might just cut right through that hole. He has to. That hand is really, both hands are. That hand in particular is really sweeping home.
Well, he gives Nelson the opportunity to go again.
Yeah.
Okay, Nelson, forehand drive. Oh, he's nearly run over the same spot. Just ever so slightly offline, and that's the other thing with these big-time players, Chase. If they miss, it's such fine margins, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. And they know it early too, Lee. If they're missing by an inch, they know it early too.
So, Cale on the forehand. First of all, just needs to be that bit wider. Does he ease up here in time to count?
Slid on through.
Just going to go. So they'll hold on to the two. The Cabramatta, that'll level things up at 3 apiece. So great conversion there from Bruce. 3 ends into the game, 3 all here on our feature rink. Not too much in it across the board as you'd expect. Early stages. Of course, more and more of you joining the coverage throughout the course of this game early afternoon here in New South Wales. So please enjoy. Let us know where you're watching on from. First of 4 huge games here this weekend. As Michael Phillips gets us underway here on end number 4. Just under a metre short with his first bowl. Alex Tonkin there for Wenty, and Alex Alex played at a couple of different clubs over the past years. Spent quite a few years at Canberra, playing in the ACT, and a little bit of time at Huskerson down on the New South Wales south coast. I did note in some of his previous results, he made the last 32 of the Australian Open singles last year, Jace, in 2025, including a win over his skip today, Kane Nelson. So he beat Kane in the round of 64 before bowing out to Corey Wedlock in the last 32. So poor old Alex wasn't on the right side of that draw, was he? But got the win over Kane.
Fair result, though. Yeah, exactly.
Someone that's put in a bit of time to the sport too during his time in the ACT. He was a member of their match committee, part of that organising group for bowls within the ACT area. So
he's just dropped a bomb too, Lee. Great shot there by Alex.
And all importantly, it's tucked in right behind the jack as well.
That's right.
James Reynolds in the commentary box side of the green. He's played it pretty well so far over the opening few ends.
Well, he wants this time to get back. Just scoop around.
Sort of one or the other, either
back,
just wide or just heavy.
Yeah. He's what, 2.5, nearly 3 foot over. Such a tiny adjustment that'll be for Jimmy on this surface too.
Franklin Fong here on his backhand, as I said, big character of the sport, and he was quick to come and let us know as well, Jace, before the game started, that he wanted to give a shout out to his number one fan, DJ Dilworth. Huge fan of Franklin, his DJ, so Franklin was hoping that Mr. Dilworth was watching on this afternoon. Hope you are enjoying today's coverage, DJ, if you are tuning in.
I've got a funny feeling that DJ might have set that up himself with Franklin. Just to get a mention, I reckon.
Did he? Is that right?
I don't know, we'll find out, especially if he's tuning in.
Always say nice things about DJ. Of course, director at Bowls New South Wales. So if you are watching DJ, one of my favourites you are in the sport.
Absolutely.
Of course, has been part of commentary previously and involved in his own Pennant competitions currently, so unable to join us this time around. But I did hear a whisper earlier in the week, Jace, that he may be present over the course of finals weekend.
Going to show his face, is he? Should be interesting.
See pretty good bowls there from Franklin. He's got two within a couple of feet.
Yeah.
It's not easy to do on this surface. So I think that's such a big key. We know from the previous success that Raymond Terrace have had at this venue. We're talking about Matt Bouse, J. By Norris, Peter Taylor, Lee Schreiner, all their household names, but it's often those front end players that are doing the job for Raymond Terrace, and those guys at the conclusion of the end are adding to or bettering those counts, often set up front, especially on these quick surfaces.
Oh, Jay Bruce, what an effort.
Well, I see we've got people in the background. Sun's come in to cause havoc on our screens, Jace. It's getting harder to see.
Might be hard for the bowlers out there too, because the sun's shining right on the back of my noggin, so it's probably getting amplified out on the green. But the staff are working hard here to get us a bit of protection, which is good to see.
So we're okay. The temperature's nice, but it's that glare coming in on our screens.
Yeah, can't see the screen
getting
at all,
trickier
so
to
commentating blind here, but that's okay.
Jay Bruce, go firm weight here. Try and clear something out. Well, it does get the second shot of Franklin Fong off the rink.
Yeah, So still that 𝗟𝗟𝗡𝗏𝗡 there holding shot.
Corey just over a metre, heavy with his first. Just needs this one to pull up now.
He's close here, Lee. If he turns, he's good. Oh, what an effort.
Slightly unfortunate to sit alongside his teammates' bowl. So this is going to be so much of a target game here this weekend. You see it there on the replay. He's coming in, touches the 𝗟𝗟𝗡𝗡𝗡𝗏 bowl and drops away. Carl, firm weight will be the go-to here once again. Must be close. There comes the jack. Straight towards us, Jace, off the rink.
I was ready to catch that, and Jimmy decided to stop it. Let's get the crowd catch then. But again, Carl's got the result. Another dead end.
So we're nearly running 1 for 1. That's 3 completed ends and 2 dead ends already. So sure players know they're in for the long haul here. We said we are. Elimination final this afternoon. No second chances for these two teams. It is slightly different on that other game you see on screen. Gorillas who finished second, and the St John's Park Saints who were in third place. The winner of that game gets the opportunity to play for a spot in the grand final against Raymond Terrace, and the loser there gets a second chance, and they'll play the winner of this elimination battle. So playing with that slight extra bit of freedom are the Gorillas and the Saints, whereas Bullants and Magpies, it's sudden death all weekend for them, Jace, if they want to take the title.
Yeah, you know what? And that can sometimes simplify the task ahead, can't it, Lee? Like, none of this going, oh, yes, I've got a second chance and that. They know they have to play it there 100% every single game. It really simplifies it mindset-wise, I think. So
yeah, spot on, mate. And good seasons, of course, by both these clubs to make it this far. Cabramatta finished the regular season with 8 wins and 3 losses from their 11 games. Just finished outside the top 3 themselves. Very narrow margin away from St John's Park. And Wenty League, 6-5 record for the Magpies to get them into position number 5. And as we alluded to, their first opportunity to taste finals action. They finished 10th and 9th in the opening 2 seasons. So great to see them make the leap up the ladder here in season 3, Jace.
Yeah, big season for Wenty. You know, that not a lot of squad changes either. Just a couple of minor ones. So really good to see that that's worked and they're getting the reward for it now by making finals this year. And that can only hold them in good stead moving forward for the following season as well, despite what happens here today. But you know what? They're out there now. They've got as much chance as anyone of winning this title.
Well, whoever wins this game, Jace, is going to go in with winning form against a team who will have been beaten in this session. So they may just have that slight confidence edge, whoever wins this game, into the next fixture this evening.
Well, we did see it last year with Raymond Terrace at Cabramatta, you know. They ran third. Were in that second versus third playoff game, lost it. They went into the next game and lost it. They went out in straight sets. So winning form's always good form. So that second versus third game over there is very, very crucial, I think, as far as the rest of your season's concerned.
Oh, great bowl there from Franklin Fong. Working in off the wide bowls and dropping inside the jack. So we'll see. Attacking shot here nice and early. The draw blocked on both ends. So Reynolds asked to Try and make contact with shot bowl or jack. And there he comes. His backhand. Right, got his own bowl. Took the place of the Franklin Fong. Original shot bowl, and that's now one of the Bullants.
Yeah, good shooting, Jimmy.
I think it was just one of those heads, Jose, where there was plenty of angles there that could have worked. Right. Probably slightly off the target he exactly wanted, but with those bowls just short of jack high, there was plenty of options.
Absolutely, you know. Well, they're down on their haunches. They're liking this. Has he got the run enough, Fongy? Well, what a fine effort. You're only talking half a roll of the bowl. Jay now.
Showing the trust in the rink. He's trying to draw around that last bowl of Franklin. He's probably just promoted it up on a slightly higher line than he wanted. Wasn't far off the speed. Just overdid the line. One shot to Cabramatta. When he leagues with second and third, so 𝗟𝗟𝗡𝗡𝗡𝗅. No swing down for this shot bowl.
Yeah, well, Kane said, I don't care what hand, what speed. Make contact. And he did. He made good contact too. He's probably fattened it up a little bit better, I think, Lee.
Yeah, got their own bowl to the back of the rink as well.
Yeah. Just set that more jack-high target up now.
And with Wenty holding the bowl, it's 20 centimetres or so behind the jack. Hard for Bruce to move the jack. So he was asked just to finish in behind, and he's guaranteed he's done that. So that's their first bowl past the jack.
Yeah, very good bowl there, Jay Bruce. Corey again. Coming down here. Fairly positive weight. They like it. They like it. He's got the bowl and the jack. He's stayed with it. That is a brilliant shot, Corey Daly. He's played some good shots so far early in this game, Lee.
Yeah, terrific shot there. As I said with his first, he wasn't far away. Made the target a bit bigger and then was able to play the shot with his second. So was an important bowl to Bruce there as well, getting in behind. He holds second with that last bowl to Cabramatta.
So Nick here, looks like he's lining up with a little bit of weight here, I think, Lee. He is. They're looking at it. They're looking at it. Oh, he just found the gap there. Hands on the head from Nick Carl as well. He liked that.
So opportunity for Kay Nelson if he wants to try and apply the pressure here. The nearest bowl for Cabramatta is holding Wenty out of a few shots, and he's going to try and get to that bowl here with his first.
Just a little underlined, I think. But, oh. Yeah, well. Fortunate. And what it's done is fatten up that target a bit.
All that Caleb you're just looking at here, if he gets in between the two shot bowls, does that last one of Nelson spear sideways and get their own bowl out?
Yeah. Yeah, that could spell some danger, actually, because every other bowl around there is a Wenty bowl, so...
Does he back off the pace a bit, or does he aim more for the jack?
I think he's going more. If not similar. Well, they're liking it. Oh, he's got the jack again. Well, that's 3 in a row for Nick Carl. Great shot again. They're throwing him back. Going again.
Okay, so back underway here. We'll have our third attempt of end number 4, and we are up to a matching record now, Jace. That's 3 completed ends and 3 dead ends here on our feature rink. As we've moved our position slightly and tried to get a little bit under cover to be able to see the screen and watch the good bowls that you are all seeing at home as well.
Yeah, that sun was getting warm for us, wasn't it? So,
so the temperature, pretty nice, but just the glare on the screen made it tough for us to keep all of you up to date. Just have to commentate a few there off the live view.
Michael, has he got the run for this? Run all the way to the shot. Just pulled up a bit short of it.
Tonkin started pretty well here in this leading battle with Michael Phillips. He's down on a pretty good path again here too. Chase, yeah, weighted it well. I think we're all set up now in place and just in time to watch this good one from James Reynolds.
This man's played sensationally early on too. Jimmy Reynolds, he's had every bowl in a very, very good area. Wouldn't expect much less from the mighty Jimmy Reynolds.
He'll be on duty next week as well. Chase, in New South Wales, we have our New South Wales Junior Championships. Of course, James part of the junior committee, so he'll be down there running his eye over the next wave of talent in New South Wales. Never an easy job, and a committee and a selector, is it? Look at trying to pick teams for interstate representative matches.
I'll say it's hard enough to do it at club level, Lee, but if anyone can do it, it's Jimmy. He gets a lot of respect from everyone. So everyone knows he's been there and done it himself. He's been through the processes himself. He understands what players are going through and thinking. And he gives some good feedback too, Lee. I've seen him in his coaching aspects, how he speaks with the players in his coaching roles. And I'm sure he'd be doing similar in the selection role as well.
Franklin Fong just left the weight behind a little with his first. Pretty close to correcting here. Does he get past the front?
Just grabbed onto it, so.
Terrific weighted bowl, isn't it?
Yeah, most definitely. That's just one to Cabramatta with that Jimmy Reynolds bowl there, that blue and white bowl.
Oh, things couldn't be closer, Jace. Have a look at that scoreboard. 8-all the masterboard. Cale and Kane Nelson 3-all. Healy and Jacob Nelson 2-all. Wilson and Long Swan 3-all.
That's what Platinum Finals is all about, I think, Lee. So it should be.
Momentum's going to be such a key factor, isn't it? We've seen it all through the season. Never easy to try and claw back leads against these quality players, but here in this game where it's winner take all, first team to get out to a double figure leads, going to be certainly well and truly in the box seat.
Well, another good bowl at Corey Daly.
Importantly for the Magpies, did turn one of their own past Jack High. That first 4 bowls, all just finishing short of Jack, and Jay Bruce trying to get into that little funnel there at the front and move the Jack. See that yellow one at the back of Cabra Bowl. Lift their own up here if he misses the Jack. Well, just gets locked in. Still 1 or maybe 2 at the moment.
We know when you make contact with these bowls on these surfaces, they do slide a bit, don't they, Lee? So, could have nearly slid that yellow in there for a second shot. Well, we'll see what happens here. Well, Corey's lifted that yellow bowl up now, so.
Probably line up some decent enough angles for more weight to be played yet again. And
yeah, this time it'll be weight from Kane Nelson, but Nick Carl's got an opportunity here. Get any little touch of that Jack can make it very, very difficult for Kane to get that path straight through to it.
Nick can afford to play up to a metre or so of weight here and kick this Jack right through. Just about everything past. Nick Carl
runs that line, he's closely. Can run that, push the Jack down, or...
he's played it well.
He
Made
has.
3 out of it.
He has.
Plenty to run into, though, for a quality striker like Kane Nelson, but did the job to make 3. Would have loved to have just missed that yellow bowl. Look at that angle on screen. There's a faint chance here he can get the split and get all the bowls and have his miss the Jack. First thing, hit the target.
Oh, he has, and he's lifted up. And you know what? The cameraman was right in the spot there to catch it too, but she wasn't quite quick enough. You see that
ricocheted off the yellow bowl. Look at our camera operator. Didn't even flinch. Well, so we've gone over the limit. We're
I got more.
3 ends completed, 4 ends killed. And Jace, I'm already writing up our invoice for some overtime. We said we were going to start our evening session at 6 p.m, but that may be getting pushed back by the bowl.
Could be, but
people in the car park might be rushing to move their cars based off that Jack movement from Kane Nelson there. Oh, attempt number 4. Jason asked for a prediction early on who's going to win the game. do you think we'll complete end number 4 this time around, or will we go again?
We'll get a completion.
Okay.
We're going to get a completion.
Alex Tonkin, just edging the battle here up front at the moment. Tonkin playing very well so far. Say Phillips is playing bad by any means, but just those bowls generally been a little bit closer for Alex than they have for Mick up to this point.
He just hasn't quite found it exactly yet, Mick. As you said, not really bad bowls, but just outside of Alex's they are, so... Alex will be wanting this one to get behind. He's got one on it already, so there's every chance to get down. It's pretty good lead bowling, that is. That's very good lead bowling, actually.
A big thumbs up from his skip. I was going to say he'd be happy with 21 ends of those, but he might have to play 31 of ends like that, the way things are going with these dead ends. 10-9 here in favour of Wenty. See by that mask board as well. Jace pretty close at the other end of the green.
Yeah, 11-10.
We're in St John's Park.
Jimmy Reynolds again, very, very good area. Just finding a gap then.
So Franklin with a nice open look at the jack here. Just trying to fade in back now towards centre.
Well, he's grasped this very, very well. Does it get all the way back? It does.
Well, that's perfection. Look where that jack's rolled. Well,
Yeah,
the vagaries of a synthetic
Watch
surface
this.
might just get hidden behind the bowl, but the jack almost came to a completion on the right-hand side of that bowl. Then you see it move back. It's got a slight imperfection, I guess, in the surface. It can easily happen on any surface, grass or synthetic.
Oh, absolutely, it's all part of a game. At least it didn't affect the final outcome of the end, though. So
disappointing result there for Reynolds. Just put another one up the front. You see on the mat there, Franklin moving to the other side of the rink, coming to our commentary box side. Doesn't want to chance things and broaden the target.
No, that should look pretty out there, that James Reynolds bowl. If he beats that, he'll be very, very happy.
Yeah, beat it or even get past. It's probably the aim. He's going to do that, finishing in behind. Here's Bruce. Ball down before he plays his first. You see there from behind. He's available still on the back end to draw back for shot. That's not a bad angle. How's the speed? Doesn't quite catch enough of the red one. So still 2 to Wenty. And a pretty well protected 2 as well. Corey Daly also out on the commentary box side of the rink. Just needs this one to ease in now. Just overweighted, but gets to the back of the green. Decision time here for Cabra. You see Nick there has walked right in behind the head. Decision time now whether to fire at this and clear up some of the damage at the front of the green or try and perfectly draw the shot. It looks like he's asked Jay to try and draw it. I think he had the line, Jace. Just needs to back off the pace a bit.
We know, Lee, it's such a fine adjustment, isn't it?
Of course, you know on the mat you don't want to try and finish short. Like he's just short and narrow with this one. And yeah, you can see there, that's another one blocking things at the front. So
doesn't look pretty there, does it? So there's not a lot not much on either for Nick Carl. I think his only option is the dead draw now for Nick, I think. But
weight's better for Corey. How's his line? Just going to go past that Reynolds bowl. So probably luckily for Cabra, they haven't been punished too much here. Saw that early movement of the jack from Franklin Fong to make 2, but their last 3 bowls haven't counted. So Cabra haven't played their best end, but they haven't been overly punished up to this point. So Nick, are you blasting the front or trying to draw the shot?
Just playing that draw. Too much luck needed blasting the front there, I think, Lee.
Does he make contact here, Jace?
He's on a very good track. Is he get all the way back? Lee, he does. What a shot.
Well, one shot there to Cabra. Terrific bowl. Carl, see the jack move away there on the replay. Goes across to the blue and white of James Reynolds. But you can see in there where this jack's moving. All of those red bowls are Wenty leagues. So Kane Nelson's going to have a chance here.
He's going big too. So
if he gets the angle of this bowl correctly, it'll go through the gap and not collect any of their own. It does get one of his own with the first. Still second and third there for the Magpies.
What are you doing now for Nick Carl?
In the back of the rink, well, the deepest bowl certainly belongs to Cabramatta. I think, Jace, you just draw the shot. If you happen to touch the jack and be one down after it, you just have to accept that as bad luck. But you're equally as much chance of drawing either directly in front or directly behind. Getting another one in the count, so back yourself on the draw.
He's out on that very high line. We know what it's like here at the terrace, that side. Does whip back late if you've got the right weight.
He nailed the line, didn't he? You'll see viewers where this finishes. Look at that, directly behind the jack. Second and third for Nelson. He's already on the mat. He's ready to go. Quick weight. Get half this bowl.
He's close. He's close. Well,
jack off the green. And Jason, you said we were going to finish that end.
Yes, okay, I'm wrong. We've got more dead ends than completed ends, so that's all right. I'll be putting my invoice into Billy on Monday. No, it's good. That's what it's all about, it is. It's what it's all about. They're fighting. You know, the loser goes out. So any opportunity to fix things up, these players are that good that they can do those hits, reset, and go again.
So that's 3 ends played and 5 ends killed.
And
the camera crew's probably happy that they're not going to have to move cameras. This looks like it will be the last rink finished. The way things are going. Great to see. It only shows a lot about the surface too, Jace. You would think on a 12 to 15 second green that the K Nelson's probably just trying to sit that bowl through with 2 or 3 metres of weight to stay. But just given how hard those timing shots are on this really quick 18, 19 second surface, that choosing to play more weight than less.
It's a bit of a 2-shot surface, isn't it, Lee? It's your dead draw or it's your hit. Yeah, there's opportunities to play those in-between shots during the game, but they're still generally dead draw shots too. Even a metre on is a dead draw on this surface.
Of course, more and more people tuning in. We're just gone 2 o'clock local time. So afternoon, morning or evening, wherever you are situated, either in New South Wales, Australia, or indeed around the world. Hope you're enjoying live and exclusive coverage of the TAB Season 3 Platinum Pennant Finals. It's been an enthralling season. Of course, our minor premiers, the Raymond Terrace Jets, have this session off. It's their reward for finishing on top. 10 wins and a draw out of 11 games. Jace, the first team to be undefeated through sectional play. We had in Season 1 Cabramatta, 10 wins and 1 loss. And in Season 2 Maryland's 10 wins and 1 loss. This time around Raymond Terrace have just pushed that bar a little higher, 10 wins and a draw from the 11 games.
But they've left the gate open, haven't they?
There's always room for improvement.
Yeah. They've left the gate open for a team to go through not only undefeated, but actually with all 11 wins. So,
well, they're hoping, of course, for 2 more wins to get them the winners' premiership overall. And you said, if you are just tuning in, we are at Raymond Terrace Bowling Club, Sunday afternoon. Terrific weather, beautiful conditions, great green. So see things there. Temperatures in there, mid-20s, and that green quickening up by the end.
I love the 0.5.
Done
Great
well,
work.
16.5 at the moment. That is getting quicker and quicker. We had the green watered this morning, and different to a lot of synthetics, Chase, it actually slows the surface down here a little bit.
Slows this one down, that's correct. Yes.
So as things progress throughout the course of today and the green continues to dry out, speaking to some of the local staff here earlier on this morning, they were worried if they didn't water it, that it would be crazily quick in the night session this evening and potentially pushing past 20 seconds in pace.
Yes, well, that could have been interesting. Would have made for a long night of streaming. Hey, plenty of action to view.
It's good for us. We bowls tragics, you and I, Jace, as I'm sure many of you that are watching on, as Franklin Fong just catches the outside part of the jack. Has he done enough to kick it across?
He's got it. I think it's the Michael Phillips bowl there has got shot. Although TV view is a little bit deceptive.
It's going to be close
still
there. I think you're
favouring
right.
the
It's
yellow.
probably just the yellow Michael Phillips bowl. Mark Rossington watching on from the Philippines. Thanks again for joining us, Mark. We've had you on a few times this season. Glad to see you back with us for finals. And Carmen Plaza, echoing what we said, saying that these dead ends are just ensuring that they're the last game finished. We are just tuning in. This is the 9th end as such, Jace. We've had 3 completed ends and 5 dead ends up to this point.
Absolutely, yeah.
And some of those with bowl number 16.
Well, Jay Bruce, he's just got a little tuck of that, little push of that jack.
We know it's 1 now to Wenty. Jay just trying to draw it in. And at this stage of the end, I don't think teams too worried about, you never really want to give shot away, but still got a few bowls to rectify the situation. And just Corey moved the jack himself here.
Well, he's close here. Corey Daly.
Well, luckily for him, he got it right in the middle, which meant it didn't spring too far. So at least a couple there for Wenty. You see it here on screen.
Yes.
It could have easily sprung off that red bowl, but just squeezed it right in the middle, so it didn't go too far. Jay Bruce would love another toucher. Toucher with his first. If he can move at the same distance with his second.
He's close here. He's on a good track. Has he got the run, though? It just turned, didn't it?
What he has done is, it's one shot now only to Wenty. Really narrowed down the angles here. Just given the attacking nature of these sides, I just wonder if they get down to the back of the rink.
Look at a little cannon up the front here.
Well, they're actually trying to sit that last bowl to 𝗟𝗓𝗡𝗠𝗡 and stay. You see it there on the forehand, so left to right, just underneath the yellow. See where Franklin was pointing there. So just come across the top of the jack, turn that bowl, probably 4 rolls, and stay. Well, perfect. Kane Nelson just had his foot there, indicated about a 1.5 to 2 metres past. That's the weight he's asked to play. He sits this bowl and stay. They hold 4. If he misses with that weight out on the wide side, he'll get around to the back of the rink.
As we see, you just lean on it with a bit of weight there, and
has moved some things around at the front.
He's provided some more options there, I think, for Kane. So
at least one for Wenty as 𝗟𝗓𝗡𝗡𝗓 goes back for his first chance. Daniel Ingram watching on. Thanks again, Daniel, for tuning in. And, of course, Daniel, you're cheering on the Wenty League's Magpies. Do let us know who you're cheering on. Love to know within the comments about whether we have more Bullants or Magpies viewers. And no doubt there's probably plenty of people watching on, Jace, just wanting good bowls and cheering for that as much as any team. It's Nick just trying to lift their own just outside that bowl. So Kane Nelson, they do have the opportunity still to move things. Does he want to move it though and open things up for 𝗟𝗓𝗡𝗡? Or if he does do that, does he leave it till he's last to try and play something?
Yeah, there the conversation's going on out there now. And why wouldn't people tune in, Lee? It's got some of the world's best players out here on green right now, involved in what I believe is the world's best sides competition in Platinum Pennant. It's close to the world's best broadcast.
And probably in the top 50 in terms of commentary broadcast of World Bowls.
Wow.
What do you reckon? Nelson down here just trying to sit that blue Jack High bowl. Jace, does he get to the blue one?
Gets around the front, he has. What a shot, Kane Nelson. When you're up.
Played it perfect. I was worried about him coming off that bowl and moving the jack, but barely made any jack connection. Once again, almost in the middle. What a shot. Kane Nelson sits right alongside the jack. This is a great angle.
He could not have got that any better, could he, Lee?
Well, that was all the weight he could play too, to get the bend around the front bowls.
Exactly right.
And Jace, you know what this means.
Oh.
We're going to see weight again. Does the jack stay in the rink here on end number 4? These players have been extremely accurate so far. Firm weight. There is one bowl slightly obscuring things at the front. What angle does Nick get? Just gets the peel off the bowl.
Does get the peel, so we are going to get a score this time, Lee.
I assume Kane's not going to try and kill it, holding 3, so just try and play perfect draw. Doesn't have much room to count. You hear a lot in the club bowls, Jace, they call just dead draw it. And that's what this attempt is going to be.
Yeah, most definitely.
I'd be surprised. In golfing terms, obviously US Masters on at the moment. He's just trying to drop this over the front edge of the cup. Squeezing between the 2 red bowls once we see a close-up shot there. Played the big one with his first. And we do have a score in end. It looked like 3 from our view. We'll just see the players confirm that. 3 it is to Wenty Leagues. So 6 shots to 3 here on our feature rink, and that'll level things up at 14 apiece. And just in the background, Jace, I can see the players going to the toolkit. I think they're looking for You're looking for a bit of lubricant to try and loosen that scoreboard up. Scoreboard's got stuck there. It hasn't moved moved for ages. They've had to try and loosen it up. And 14 all here, Cabramatta and Wenty. 17-12 Warilla in the qualifying final. And I see more cars coming in, more people coming in, Jace.
They are flowing in, aren't they?
Sure, that's some of Raymond Terrace and other local representatives in the area that are trying to get their prime positions for the evening sessions. I know they sold some tickets for hospitality area this evening, and outside of that, it will be first in best dress. We can even see not too far away from where we are, Jace, people have secured chairs, put coats on them, just getting themselves their position for later on. So, big crowd expected. We do have a full green, of course, in the next session. We'll see the Jets play the Warilla St John's winner, and the loser of that Warilla St John's game will play the winner of this match on the other end of the green. So, plenty to play for. And
I'll tell you what, that Warilla St John's game, as I said, is a very, very interesting match. Warilla, I know for a fact, they're going to be up. It's been talked about and advertised quite widely that Corey Wedlock is going to Maryland's. So not only will Corey be up for it, but the rest of the players will to send him out on a winning note, obviously. And they're a tight-knit group, Warilla. Good bunch of mates, off-field as well. They'll be doing everything they possibly can to send him out a winner. They've still got a few more commitments to go with Warilla, but as far as the sides game's concerned, this will probably be his last commitment with Warilla, and they want to send him off on a big note. So,
and obviously it's a club and playing group that I know really well, and their other two skips, Jason. I've heard both Aaron Tees and Gary Kelly both speak on numerous occasions about how much a platinum pennant win would mean to them personally. Obviously, about two world champions that have achieved basically everything in the sport, that a win in this elite club competition, especially for the club you play for day in and day out, would mean the world to both of those players. So they'll be up for it, but no doubt that's the same for every single person along the green. And terrific shot there from James Reynolds.
Yeah, that's right. They're all the same. They're all playing for their club, and a lot of sometimes get missed a lot, doesn't it? You know, we see them so many times. Teasy, Wedlock, Gary Kelly playing a lot of individual games, but they've still got a lot of heart and soul for their club that they play for as well. Don't worry about that. They're here. They're wanting Warilla on top of the map. They are.
Good one here from Franklin Frong, just trying to make some connection to the front. Get second shot out of it. They still own the bowl at the back. Sure, we'll see Cabra try and cover. Yeah, indeed. Kale asked Reynolds to get in behind. You're right, Jace. Obviously, we're in a 12-person side here, and we often speak about how good the playing personnel is across the rinks, but no matter the side, not all of your 12 are going to be state representatives. Not all of them are going to be international representatives. So it's a big thing for those other people within the side, and those elite players in our game for all of these 5 clubs left in action want the best for their club mates as well. And it's also the people that haven't made their side, their boards and their other members that are watching on.
Yeah, they're not actually just playing as a group of 12. They're actually playing as a club of, say, 150 or 200, aren't they?
Well, we heard Franklin in his pre-game interview, Jace, he mentioned to me that with their pennant competitions going on back in Sydney today, that he thinks a lot of their members will have one or potentially even 2 eyes on this game instead of the game they're currently playing. So I'm sure everyone back in Sydney, if you are from either Cabramatta or Wenty leagues, watching this game intently, I'm sure the nails are getting bitten down already, as not even a third of the way through, and we've been locked in a battle the whole way through. So one here for Cabramatta. They're trying to get a better position on the back of the rink on the right-hand side of the centre line. So you see 𝗟𝗓𝗓 has played this out on a nice wide line, trying to finish the right-hand side of centre. Just going to go across. So that red bowl there is their jack at the moment.
Yep.
And for Wenty, they're playing a couple of metres away, trying to make connection on that Michael Phillips yellow bowl to get the jack to the back of the rink. They've got the 𝗟𝗓𝗡𝗡𝗔𝗧𝗜𝗢𝗡 bowl just in behind there, a metre or so, and then they got the other deeper one.
Yeah, it's very, very good.
Might have done enough.
Corey Daly
Close.
again.
I think he has.
Yep.
And Nick Cale there in live view. You can see here from our vantage point, put his finger down.
Corey Daly again has wrestled shot back for Wenty. He's played very, very well, as I mentioned earlier. A lot of effective bowls, turning heads.
𝗟𝗓𝗓 close here.
He is, isn't he?
Well, got their own bowl to move forward or sneak to the
Yeah,
shot.
good shot, 𝗟𝗓𝗓. What a reply.
And importantly, not left any target there whatsoever. They'll hold at least a couple. Tit for tat from the 2/3. Both men, previous New South Wales state singles winner. Corey in 2008 and 𝗟𝗓𝗓 in 2024.
Well, looking at Corey on the live view here, they're looking at some weight down on this forehand. See, maybe the angles don't look good to draw on the backhand, I'd imagine there. There is that red bowl on the wing. You see that? Kane's going really big.
Nelson firm weight. What connection does he get here?
Well, he got the connection all the way through to the shot bowl. What's that done?
It's kicked things out of the picture,
down.
but that's going to be James Reynolds blue and white there to the left side of Jack that stayed in there. Got his own bowl through.
So Corey
So I'm
Daly.
trying to see which is the closest Wenty bowl after things move here. Well, it's going to be Corey's there, left-hand side of screen.
Corey Daly indicated 2 down. The third there for Wenty, so
Both skips with plenty of room to draw in. And Cale gets 2 opportunities at this forehand draw. You see it there between the two Cabra players just coming into view. He's played it well. Cale.
clapping this in.
Oh, that's enough to count. One of those ones there again, Jace. We get our players to stand off centre so we can see the bowls come in, but it might be easy for us if they stand on the centre.
Yeah.
You can see around them the way this is bending.
Interesting. Kane now back to the draw.
So he's chosen his backhand and given the opportunity. We'll keep that in mind for later on this match. He's following this one down.
It's all weight dependent. He's pointed it well.
Does he sit to that last bowl? He's gone past. That won't be the nearest for Wenty Leagues, I don't believe. I think the red one left of pitcher will still be the nearest Magpie bowl. So
Yeah, absolutely. That's a definite 3 to Cabramatta.
Carl with a chance to add to a significant count here. It was one of those tough ones with Kane's first one, Jace. We mentioned, does he go big or does he try and draw in? And tried to clear things up. Backed himself to draw it with his second. It was just quick. Almost sat on the shot bowl. Didn't quite do enough, and looks like he's going to lose a multiple count. Nick's played this pretty well.
Call this
Players
a free
are
kick,
already,
wouldn't you?
they're already cheering this. Just doesn't want to move the jack now. And he's left it alone.
Yeah.
Played it well. Didn't want to touch there at the end. And I think we're going to see a new leader here on our rink. It looks like 4 players just will confirm that for us in a moment. It's like 3 bowls already moved. I think they're just worried about moving that bowl. No, they have conceded that it is 4. So we see new leaders here on our feature rink. 7-6 now in favour of Cabra, and just got our first mini break in this game, out to 8 shots on the masterboard there, 22-14. A lead on Cabramatta, all 3 rinks at the moment. Still plenty of time left in this game. See in our comments, Paulie Wads watching on from Armidale. So go St John's Park. And Pete Williams, he's just here for good bowls. Doesn't necessarily have a team he's supporting this weekend, just wants to see top quality bowls. And Pete, and for everyone else, you will be in for an absolute viewing delight over the next couple of days as our TAB Platinum Pennant comes to an end in Season 3. In 11 great rounds. And finals action underway here at Raymond Terrace. Terrific venue. Patrons starting to file into the venue. A nice little St John's Park.
I was about to say
on the
that,
other side of the green.
Yeah, across the other side of the green, there's a big contingent of navy blue and red starting to build up on the sidelines over there. So the Saints are marching all the way up to the terrace, supporting on their side.
They probably are winning the battle at the moment for crowd support numbers of these other 4 clubs outside of the Jets.
Well, one looks a fairway underline and underweighted, so a little bit of a miss there by Alex. So Jimmy Reynolds now. Nice little draw down on this backhand. He's got his own Cabramatta bowl coming in there. The yellow Michael Phillips bowl. Is that as the guide? Draw around. He can get under it. Ideally, through the gap, he should get back to the jack. Just underdone his weight a little bit there, Jimmy, but Franklin Fong now. Couple down. Plenty of room, but probably important to get one nice and close here early before that head starts building up a bit, making things look a bit more difficult. Cabra with 3 at the moment, I think it is. Well, he has to get around that pack. Does he get a little, well, good effort. See, Nick Carr just indicate, just have to drop inside the jack high bowl. See, yellow bowl to the right. A few short bowls on this end here, Lee. I'm just wondering, the length's been stretched out a bit and they just haven't quite adjusted yet.
We haven't quite picked it up. We of course played in this direction a few times in a row. Only the fact that we killed in number 4 on 4 occasions. And they've gone back the other way once and not quite recalibrated back in this direction. They were building heads up, coming in this way all the time as Franklin draws shot here. Well played. Franklin Fong, yeah, you saw that track there. He's around the pack and all the way back to the centre of the rink. Great bowl from Franklin Fong. As we see a change in our qualifying final, St John's Park for the first time make their way into the lead, and it was a count of 6 to Dawn Heyman's rink over Gary Kelly that has leapfrogged the Saints into the lead. So
yeah, did hear some big cheers for that too, Lee, early on. So Dawn Heyman played an absolute cracker with the last. Jay now.
Bruce, does the jack come off the rink again? Well,
he doesn't, but
he's kept it in. Terrific shot, Jay Bruce. He's finished about half a metre away from that in the ditch.
Well, we guaranteed to score in this direction again.
I was worried there for a moment, Jace. Look,
it was lining up like a killed end was coming
see
up.
this bowl coming in through the sunlight. Now, that's a nice safe second there at the moment. So, Jay out through that sunlight as well.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how the carpet reacts out in this sunlight, actually, Lee.
Well, he's going further than 𝗟𝗟𝗡𝗚𝗠. Does it pull up, though? Just going to get over the lip.
Yeah.
Great attempt. So, that first bowl of Daly's just a bowl past the tee line, Jace. So, that's his weight correction needed.
Yeah, it's a tiny correction, though, isn't it? You can quite easily just lean on this and it can float all the way through to the sand here, but
Not quite sure it's going far enough. It's an improvement.
not sure if it's even got back in bounds, so they will look at that.
Players just checking that out. No, hasn't quite made it back in. So a slight change of weight. It wasn't going to be shot regardless. So just the one to Cabramatta, and both these skips with a pretty tough draw out on this side. Jace, we know the closer it gets to this clubhouse here, it can be tricky to find the perfect line. That's going to be more so for Kane, though. Nick's got quite a bit of room to count, where Kane's only got an extremely small amount of room to get shot.
The other thing, and it's not notable on screen, is we're sitting nearly right in the corner of this green we are. It's quite a notable breeze coming up through the alleyway too, so I'm just wondering if there's any effect of that breeze coming up that alleyway here.
Just wants to run all the way now. He's curls back in. Yeah, well, that's in the count. Well played, Nick Carl. Terrific shot. Puts the pressure on Kane Nelson. A couple down. Oh, he's out on a really high line. Don't know that you get the same amount of turn. And he's just going to go, well, perfect weight, but just stayed outside the boundary. Not too dissimilar to a lot of greens. The closer you get out to the ditch, it can react slightly different.
Yeah, areas that not quite as worn or haven't been used as much during the match, they do react a little bit differently.
Does Nick get past to count? If he drops in,
Well,
doesn't have to count, so that is 3. Well, the beauty for Kane Nelson is, though, he knows his weight was absolutely spot on. Just got to be careful not to overdo the line change. I think he's on a pretty good line, Jace.
it's all down to the legs now. He's on a very good line.
He's weight enough for second shot. How much does he turn, though? Early indication was that he's made second. CJ just having a quick look to see whether he needs to measure, and he's decided not to. So, well played there from both skips. Carl put the pressure on, drew a couple of counters, and Kane Nelson reduced the damage. But it was that good running bowl from Jay Bruce, Jace, that
Yeah, it was a cracker,
won him
wasn't
that
it?
end.
It's a cracker coming through, and it's the way it was set up with that bowl right in behind. You would have thought it was going to be a kill with a bounce or anything, but he's just got it perfectly, didn't he? Just slid past the shot bowl all the way through into the ditch, and for us, well, we got another end to count in that direction.
Well, for the first time in a while, we're back in front with 6 completed ends and 5 dead ends.
Let's see,
26-14, yeah. He did a double figures. We said who'd be the first to get that double figure lead. And it is Cabra that have done it.
Got to say, Cabramatta for this season, during the season, they've got some good results, a couple up and down results. I just feel like that they haven't fired at 100% yet, or even higher, as we know they can do. And have they been leaving their run for the final series? Because if they fire at 100% or more, look out.
Yeah, absolutely, Jace. They started the season in really good fashion. They were 4 out of 4 to start and had only lost 1 rink up to that point. But then they went on a run of 3 straight losses. That was to East Maitland, Belrose and Raymond Terrace. So after 7 rounds, they were 4-3. And teetering between being just in or just out of finals contention. But finished off like they started with 4 straight wins leading into the finals, including a couple of really narrow wins against St John's Park and Soldiers Point, which secured their final spot. And they almost ran down the top 3 to get that second chance. They finished equal on points with St John's Park, both teams on 76.5 points and an 8-3 record. Didn't quite have the shots up advantage. That went in favour of the Saints. So let's put them onto this side of the bracket into the elimination final. But I think no matter whether finishing first all the way down to 5th, Jace, any of these sides could go all the way. There's no question about it. They've got the talent to get through this field, any of these teams.
Mr. Fong drawing the shot there very, very well. Loves his Wenty leagues, doesn't he, Fongy?
Does. Yeah, been a key member of that club for a number of years, and as we said earlier, big tournament winner has Franklin been, including wins in the Scone Master Pairs a couple of years ago. Big event, not too far away from where we are here this weekend. Made it to the final of an event close to my heart in the Golden Eagle at Orange. He was in that final this year, playing alongside Josh Walker-Davis as well.
He went over to New Zealand and played as well, didn't he?
He might have played in the New Zealand Open, yeah, I believe so.
I think he did go over there. He loves getting around, loves his bowls, Franklin.
Loves the bowls and the Sydney Swans. It's 2 passions. Always, I wouldn't say always at home games for Sydney, but quite a few when he can. And played 2 pretty good bowls here on end number 7. Yeah, well played.
Great shoot, Franklin.
That bowl curl to get to that spot on the forehand, just bending in almost sideways around the jack. See if Bruce goes for the bowls or the jack again. There's plenty of people tuning in. Jared cheering on the Saints. John 𝗟𝗓𝗡 watching on from Greeter in the shed. Good spot to be, John, on a Saturday afternoon in your home comfort and watching the bowls.
I think Jay Brewster's going pretty big here, Lee. Looking for the 2 bowls.
Didn't quite get that one out of his hand as he would have liked. Just didn't quite have that sweet release. So it's got it a little bit on the wider side. Opportunity for Corey to drop another one into the area. Fear this is underlined though, Jace, on this forehand in this direction.
It has been swinging hard, hasn't it? Like
well,
that looks good to there. Just overweighted, but you're right, he was underlined too, wasn't he? Could have been danger.
Okay. Well, he's got that one out of the hand a lot nicer. Jay Bruce. Where's this jack going now?
Does it stay in or not?
No, it's out, Jace.
We have another one.
We're back to 6 all. 6 ends completed, 6 ends killed. What are we going to get to 21 ends or 21 dead ends first?
Oh, that could be the question, eh? But
interested to know from our viewers watching on in any of your Pennant games, what's the most amount of dead ends that you've had in a game? We're at 6 here at the moment. I know one of our inter-region games earlier on this year at your club, Chase. Had we had well, some of our players are cotton onto the question. They haven't got their phones to put in the comments, but I did see 𝗟𝗓𝗡𝗡 indicate to us that they had 11.
They had 11
dead ends in one of their games against Maryland.
Yes, they did. Yes,
earlier on in the season.
And you're right, in a region, Lee.
That was Brett Spur and Lee Schreiner from memory.
Yep. Was that 11 or 12?
Yeah, there was quite a few as well. Yeah, it was up around that number. Yeah, if you are watching on, what's the most you've ever seen in a championship or Pennant game? Let us know. We'll see what the highest number is that comes through in our comments.
Well, I know I haven't caused too many, mate, because if I'm running, generally don't hit a lot, mate. Unless there's a bowl 4 foot wide and 6 foot short.
So you reckon you don't get them close enough on the draw to worry your opposition into driving, and then if they get them in there, you don't hit them?
Yeah, well, I go for one of me short wide bowls, mate, first on the drive, and go for some luck in off, you know.
Snooker player.
Ronnie O'Sullivan, eat your heart out.
Ronald Tate, let's go Cabramatta and St John's Park. So real metro southwest feel there for Ronald. So a couple of counts coming in. We've seen an 11 in a mixed pairs game, and another entry for 10 dead ends in a game. So if you're up anywhere near or above that, let us know. And that last dead end just caught James Reynolds off guard. He'd obviously gone in for a comfort or a drink break and missed that action. Oh, 26-16. 24 ends played. But 24-18 in our other game. There's Reynolds, his forehand. Just overweight there. Maybe the adrenaline was up after running back. Of course, we thank each and every one of our viewers for tuning in here this afternoon. Lee Stinson and Jason Pinnock bringing you live and exclusive coverage all weekend. Platinum Pennant finals for season 3. There's Franklin Fong just 2 or 3 feet past the jack there with his first attempt on the draw. And I was just trying to take that weight off. Easily done to fall in under the line.
Well, his weight was good for it, wasn't it, really? But still got to give it that line.
Well, there's an interesting one we've seen come in from Nate. In a particular game involved in, there were 6... Well, the same end was killed 6 consecutive times midway through the game. Well, you might say that on the last end, but midway through the game to have that many, that's a huge number. As Franklin draws another one into the count. So these are the ends, Jace, where you can get the scores build up, where there's not too much of a target. You can't just get out of trouble with that strike, and you need to play the good draw.
That's right.
To get yourself out. We see Carmen saying one of the Warilla games there was 12 dead ends, went for over 5 hours. It may have even been one of our final in Platinum Pennant 1. I don't know what the dead end count was there, but that was extremely tense and nail-biting final there to conclude season 1, where the Bullants took out the inaugural title.
Yeah, it's going to go down as one of the all-time classic finals, isn't it? We've spoken about it a lot ourselves. A lot of people have spoken about that particular match. What a way to kick off the Platinum Pennant competition, I guess you could say. But Platinum Pennant 3 and big chance of seeing something similar here this weekend, Lee, I think.
There's Corey Daly.
Get all the way back for the jack.
Here.
Very, very good.
Once again, probably not too disturbed about not touching the jack. That'll be a count of 3 there for Wenty. And you saw the first bowl there of Jay Bruce, the blue in front of the yellow. So it wasn't too far away, but has changed his line here. This is going to turn away.
Yeah.
Still going to be Wenty leagues in favour here at the moment. Just no forgiveness there if you are under the line. In many aspects, Chase, it's pure bowls, isn't it? It's how a lot of people grew up playing the game, where you had, back when you and I were first involved, you had a lot of more wider drawing bowls and really quick greens, especially in the country areas where you and I are from.
Absolutely, yeah.
There's Corey. Does he fall inside? Yeah, I think that's going to do enough.
I think so.
That'll beat that Jay Bruce bowl there on the wing. So
Probably
four.
shots.
Yep.
There's nothing much on for Cabra here. I mean, for Cabra here, just a draw shot to cut it out. Depends how confident you are on your runner if you're going to go a bare jack, but I don't think they're running at bare jacks here, Lee Stinson. Not on this head.
No, Nick Cale will back himself to draw. There is a couple of options to sit on things if he's just passed, but we'll wait and see. One of those ones is a skip where you'd hate to be short, and you can just see him there on screen, just clasping the hand together. He's worried he's over. Was that false worry? Let's see if he connects or finds the gap. Well, if he drops back down, well, he's at least beat that back one of Corey Daly's, but could be as many as 3 there for
I think it still is at least
Wenty. Well, certainly at least 2. There's 2 red ones we definitely know are counting. Bowl to the side, the multicolour one belonging to
3.
Okay, it's 3, was it?
Yeah, Corey just indicated very confidently 3 shots. So
his own bowl must be in the count. One of those ones, Jace, you just hate to sit alongside the jack, noting the accuracy we've seen so far of these 2 skips. Okay, does he pull up in time? Doesn't want too much jack movement. And curls around and sits that
good.
one. That's probably enough, just looking at that view on screen. It looks slightly further forward than the Nick Cale bowl.
A big bowl here for Nick.
So Nick knew out of the hand that he was quick with his first. He didn't have those same mannerisms, but he is narrower.
Yeah, he's turned his back on it too halfway down. He knows.
Shorter and narrower.
Hasn't played a good bowl. Well, this is a big end here for Wenty. 10 on the master board, holding a 4 here. In all honesty, Kane's just got to draw another shot. No touch of jack at all.
Well, that last bowl of Nick Cale's potentially blocks the jack.
Yeah.
He can draw out on a wide line there. If he's got the right weight.
He may not like it. He may want to swap to the forehand, though. Right. Good choice.
So just about finding a clear run with the right weight. And he's urging for some turn here at the moment.
It'll turn if it's got the right weight.
Here it comes, Jace.
It's coming now, isn't it?
Here it comes, Jace.
It's right
we'll
in
see
now.
what the score is.
They're liking it. They're up. They are.
High fives. Is that the number?
Well, we're about to find out.
We said it early on, didn't we? That was one of those heads where it wasn't set up for attacking weight. And the way the game's played out so far seems to be the best way to score. We'll see if it is the 5. Looks like they've dragged 3 bowls out there at the front. So So checking that bowl of Nick's is the closest Cabramatta bowl, and going to come across to 3 different Wenty bowls over here. Well, that red one, not quite, but the other 2 were in. So 5 shots to
Big pick
the
up.
Magpies. And as you said, Jace, it halves that deficit on the masterboard.
Yeah, big end it is for Wenty. Just to keep touch with Cabramatta early on.
Cross ball. And we're keeping those rink scoreboards there for you, up to date, so you know the track of the game. But quite simply, it's that top board that is the only one that matters here this afternoon. You win that master board, you get another game this afternoon. If you fall on the wrong side of it, season 3 is over.
So 𝗟𝗓𝗡𝗡𝗡𝗔𝗡 started off really, really well in this match, he did, and just found the last 3 or 4 ends just slightly got what we would say is a little bit walkabout. Still some good weight, but just isn't nailing it like he was early in the game. Keep stressing the importance of a good front end, and front ends win matches, so important here for Alex to find his range again, get back on the
plenty of people tuning in this afternoon. This is a place to be. Live and exclusive coverage. TAB Season 3 Platinum Pennant Finals. I mentioned it a couple of ends ago, Jace. The direction of play now, just slightly into that breeze.
Yeah. That breeze is taking effect. We're seeing a lot more shorter bowls back in this direction now.
Franklin just inside the perfect line, but
gets around
just
it.
underweight. Oh no, snuck enough to count for now. Probably won't stay the course, but in the count, early stages of end number 8. Ronald confirming he's from Liverpool. That's why he's cheering on those Western Sydney teams in Cabramatta and St John's.
Yeah, well done here, Jimmy. First one, it's intently got behind the jack. See the guys playing those dead draws to the jack. It just dropped a bit short, so
and a good line here is Fong with his second attempt.
it's a really good target, isn't it, that bowl there.
Love to clear his own now. Oh, this catches on it.
It's unlucky. He had the weight to get right to the jack there, Fongy did, so a little bit unlucky to catch his bowl, but
Make that draw line even harder.
yeah, but it's still on, isn't it? We know they're hooking home out there.
Reynolds found the centre rink with his first there. You see down at the back of the green. He's going to go close to matching it.
Yeah, 2 good bowls there by Jimmy. That's a good seconds roll, that is.
Just past. Well, he knew after Phillips finished in front that he didn't want to double the damage and have more bowls at the front, so just pushed it through. Probably Wenty holding 3, and once again, plenty of gaps there,
Well,
Jason. These are the ones similar last time around that added up to the big score.
Plenty of gaps there, and it's not like you can really afford to go at the head with a metre of weight and pump a bowl or anything either, can you? So everyone's still just playing that dead draw at the moment.
Well, we know that line's out here outside the red bowls, but it's not visually pleasing from the mat end, I'm sure. You know it's there. Just got to pick a line here, Jace. It's going to be available on either side. Find out which side of the rink you want to play. And Jay Bruce and Nick Cale talking about that now. And I think the call is here, Jace, to run at the jack in the ditch here.
Wow.
Hopefully I saw that correctly, that he's going to attack this potentially on his backhand and go the jack. If he's a bowl or two wide, he can get the yellow Phillips bowl through the front to cause some damage.
Well, the Corey Daly bowl could knock all three out if he gets it. Oh, he's got an edge.
Just picks one out. So still at least a couple there for Wenty leagues, and Corey just asked to draw another, and the call was, don't be worried if you're slightly quick and wide, you'll finish into a good home. They're clapping this already. Played it superbly.
Yeah,
drops into the count.
Good job all day, Corey Daly. Played very, very well.
Again, Jace.
He's going for it again.
Angles, they don't like them on the draw at the front, so trying to run the jack into the ditch. Well, he's going down backhand this time. Forehand with his first backhand. No, not quite. So Kane Nelson goes back to the mat. We've got a chance to add to the count once again. Of course, we said Kane's recently announced making the move, I believe, from 𝗟𝗚𝗩𝗘 to Helensvale. I think I saw that during the week in Queensland. So big transfer news in Queensland bowls.
Wow, it's getting loud out here, Lee. There's a lot happening on some of the other rinks in this match.
One cheer followed by the other. Well, Kane's chosen the safety approach. Well, sat at the back of the rink. That was the one he wanted a few ends ago when he was trying to outdraw the Bruce touch-up.
Yeah, so it was a couple of scores by Wenty there. It was only ones, but consecutive ones across them two rinks. Plus the three, or the five that they got here. They've just picked up 7 shots they have in 3 ends, so that's why they're getting loud out there. The Magpies are crowing.
Nick Cale on the draw. Well, it's on a pretty good line.
It's all down to speed now.
Does he turn in front of the Daly bowl? Well, yeah, I think that's going to be enough for second. That was indication from the team.
Yeah, it's a pretty good bowl, isn't it?
Well, it's in a protected place too. To try and count. Well, there's a chance to. Yeah, I think he's going to go backhand draw, right hand side of screen. Just try and beat the red bowls. Could lift one of his own at the front, just up, or just try and draw within a couple of feet on his backhand. There it is, underway.
Not sure
Has
on
he
this
gone
line,
wide enough
mate.
to get past the yellow?
Shy by about 2 foot of weight as well.
Nick Cale, what do you do here? Do you take any chance at all? Yeah, he's going to turn over to his forehand, Jace. Yeah, great angle, top left of screen. Try and get underneath the yellow bowl. I get a couple of rolls out of that bowl. Close for second was the call. is. Nick's going to switch to his forehand. This will be a couple of metres at least overweight, trying to sit the shot bowl or trail the jack.
Got a hold now.
It's close to this shot bowl.
Hold. Oh, he's just gone under. What
Gets
a
the other one
effort.
out. Terrific effort. Guarantees themselves second shot though. Right. Another in there for the Magpies. Now, board gets closer once again. 27-25, approaching halfway. See St John's Park still holding their lead on the far rinks. 30 shots to 23.
If this atmosphere's like this afternoon and the Jets aren't playing, look out for tonight.
Things will be happening here tonight in the party zone area behind us. As we said, there's corporate hospitality being sold by the club as well. Plenty of their members will be involved watching on. And well, we mentioned already that pretty strong contingent of Saints supporters. And if they continue on and get a win over there, Jason, it's St John's Park against Raymond Terrace.
Both on and off the green.
Could be a battle in the crowd.
That could make for some very interesting viewing tonight.
The Saints might need to recruit a few people to try and get anywhere near levelling up the numbers.
There's still a long way to go, though.
Plenty of people tuning in, both here in Australia and around the world. Thanks for joining us. And to you, Ronald, it is still 21 ends per game, 63 ends overall on the master board. However, should a team become unable to win the game, or if it gets to a position where they don't think they can win the game, they can, of course, concede and the game will conclude. So no requirements in this finals phase of the event to play every single end.
We sure do hope to bring you every single bowl to the 63rd end, though. That means we will have an absolute belter of a match if that happens, and I wouldn't expect anything less at this level, Lee.
Absolutely, and it's trending that way at the moment, halfway through. Yeah, comment in there that maybe it's not 21, it might be 31 with all the dead ends there. So true. We're up to 6 at the moment on the dead end count.
That's just on this rink. There's a couple of dead ends in the middle rink as well, so...
9 overall. There's been, I think, 2 in that Healy-Jacob Nelson game and 1 in the Wilson Long Swan match. Mickey Phillips for Cabra, holding the early advantage here on end number 9. Afternoon to you, Ian Prescott-Smith, watching on from Windang, former chair of the board at Warilla Bowls and Recreation Club, so no doubt you're hoping for a turnaround in that game on our adjoining rinks. Of course, that is the 2v3 game over there, Jace, which would be a fantastic game to cover. But just given the way this bracket draw works in finals and the top 3 getting a second opportunity if they lose their opening match, that I think it's great that we get this 4 versus 5 game in early. It's
Oh,
the final game for one of these two sides.
absolutely. That's exactly right. You know, there's plenty of chances for us to see the other two sides on the live stream this weekend. And we will definitely see one of them anyway in tonight's match. The elimination finals can generally produce some really good shot play, and you know, because they're basically playing for the season, aren't they? So it's a good way to start off.
Jay Bruce doesn't want any contact on the jack here. Oh, he has gone past. So important for 𝗟𝗟𝗡𝗚𝗡𝗅 to correct here. Immediately after his first bowl, he was grimacing. He didn't like it. And this one, he was keen to follow it down as he added the weight. Not quite enough.
A bit disappointed in himself there.
He felt that one was a lot better.
Jay Bruce to get all the way back here.
Coming to view in a moment. There it is.
It's gone through again. Good position though.
So how many is it at the moment for Cabramatta? A bit of room at least for second shot for Nelson.
There's plenty of room there, I think, for Kane. Well,
Forehand draw. Has he gone wide enough?
well, he's already asking for this to hang. His arm went out very, very early, but doesn't always mean it's a bad thing either. He's close here if he runs. He is running too. Look at this. He's just got to push up for the shot. Kane Nelson. Oh.
Well, if a bowl is going to hang, Jace, it's going to be at the hanger.
Yeah. What an attempt there by Kane. It's somewhat unfortunate. Gets all the way down to the jack.
In the end, he didn't need to touch the jack. It's done enough to turn it off its bias. Just that contact with the jack. He didn't need it in the end, but terrific shot. Certainly reduced the count. So one there to Cabra.
Another one to Wenty in the middle. So there's a bit of a run on for Wenty at the moment.
Okay, so game 9-7 now in favour of 𝗟𝗓𝗡𝗚 next door. Cale trying to follow that path down. Just going to get caught on the front bowl.
Yeah.
He wasn't far away himself. Well, is there a little port to try and play into? He doesn't want too much jack. Either that or he tries to drop the bowl down on the back end left of screen. If he could drop the yellow bowl down, he may get the jack moving far enough.
That's what he's looking at now.
Let's see. Has he got an earpiece into us, Jace?
Oh.
About 30 metres away from us. I think if he can drop that yellow bowl down, the jack will move far enough. I think even the way the bowl turned, I might have heard him say that he's trying to almost draw around the back of the jack, Jace, and fall back onto it. So, Kane Nelson trying to draw a back toucher. Jace, I think
so.
might be the call.
I think so.
If he didn't bend down to rock the yellow one, that would work. Or, well, maybe a little bit of safety in mind as well, getting to that side of the rink.
Not a bad option because you can see out there.
Nick had a chance to squeeze through the gap at the front to try and get some minor jack movement.
See that bottom right of screen, a nice little 2 Jay Bruce bowls for Cabramatta, so any movement to the jack there, and it's definitely 2 down. Good discussion going on here, so fair enough. We're at a very tight point in this game. Wenty have made this big fight back, 10 shots behind. Plenty of other action going on around the state today. Open pennants and single-gender pennants in all regions happening.
I know, Jace, as the coordinator that you are at your club at 𝗟𝗡𝗩𝗡, you've been intently looking at other scores from your club mates.
Our region have introduced mandatory scoring, live scoring, with the BowlsLink app for grade 1 and 2. So I am checking out the 𝗟𝗡𝗩𝗡 result, which is great for me.
Let's have a look.
I've got a smile on my face at the moment.
So, Nick here, on his forehand, is he trying to get underneath or around those bowls at the front? Not quite going to get into the count, but it is a score there for the Bullants. And where have they decided to move things to? Have we seen a position switch? I think we have.
Well, there we go. One of the features of Platinum Pennant 3 has been enacted, where players, every rink is allowed to have one positional switch during the game.
And we've seen it there, and rolling the jack, James Reynolds. So we'll mark that down here on our notes. 12-9 to Wenty, and we'd say Alex Tonkin was just getting the better of Michael Phillips there early on, and as much as the leads haven't necessarily nailed things over the past few ends, just trying to mix things up, get a bit of a change of momentum. We saw 2 or 3 ends there in a row where the Bullants have been under pressure, so they've made the switch, and Reynolds to play first for the remainder of the game. So, as you said, Jace, that's their one and done positional switch. Of course, that's still available to the Magpies should they wish to do so at any stage. Just a direct swap between 2 players on the rink, available on every rink.
Yeah, I definitely like it. I like that initiative for Platinum Pennant 3.
Stephen saying he can't wait to hear the atmosphere during the Raymond Terrace game tonight. We're with you, Stephen. We're looking forward to it. Every game's good in Platinum Pennant, but to be up there, Jace, with my highlight of the year so far, the game we had here a couple of weekends ago, that atmosphere we had. Raymond Terrace trying to stay undefeated. Marylands were fighting to get into the top 5 that night. They would have finished in the 5 at least after round 10. Had they got the win, it was down to the wire, and the crowd was pumped for it.
Oh, weren't they, Lee, that night? Wow. Get a chance, go back and listen to that live stream. You can hear the crowd very, very clearly on the balcony cheering on their Jets that night.
I was talking to Bowls coordinator here, Matthew Bowes, at the venue earlier on today, and he said that quite a lot of his members who weren't able to make it here that night said that he needs to go back and listen to some of it, and he said that he did, and how wonderful it sounded coming through all those people. So you'll get that ambient noise tonight, there's no doubt about that. The Jets play. So just a reminder, we are scheduled for a 6 p.m. start. So that's a little under 3 hours from now if you are outside New South Wales and need to make those time calculations, especially for our overseas viewers. So about 3 hours from now, we'll be back with that game between Raymond Terrace and the winner of the Warilla and St John's Park matchup. You see there on the top left of screen some of the Raymond Terrace players starting to arrive. So Tim Twining, Peter Taylor, Jason Stokes, Matt Bowes, all there just watching on, probably just keeping half an eye on who they're going to play, as Franklin Fong. 2 great bowls. He doesn't mind who he plays second against. He said, I've had to play against Reynolds. You can put me against Phillips. I don't mind. He's Played very well so far. Franklin, as we see, that Sunlight Jace that we copped an hour or so ago has gone across toward the middle of the rink where the players are, and that's one of the other things about evening games too. There's really good lighting under here as well.
Yeah, it is.
That evening game. And, Bruce just trying to follow the line here of Franklin Fong. Does he get back in time?
He's just going to run. You're talking a couple of rolls of weight. That's all it is. It's so tiny, that adjustment. You lose a foot of weight on that, you draw the shot.
Well, Corey's out on that similar line to where the others have been. A touch of the jack is a great result for Wenty if he can find it.
Get off of that front one. Or...
I'd have loved to have fallen back towards centre. Yeah, Jay Bruce, can you correct about 15 inches
quick,
of weight?
I think. Yep.
Oh, he's going firm, is he?
Well, that was the indication.
The only thing, he doesn't want to get the inside of the Franklin Fong bowl and get their own two. Yeah, he probably missed on that side to avoid that. See that one just left of the jack. If he catches that edge of that bowl, it's going to carry them across into their own two bowls. Somewhat surprised, Jace. He was so close to drawing it with his first, wasn't he?
He was. As I said, it was a foot of weight. He would have got the turn in top of that, but...
Does Corey get past his own?
Well, he has this time. He can get a straightener off of that. That's a very good...
That's a tough result.
It's actually a tough
Probably
result.
one down after that. If he got the jack to where his own bowl finished, the line are pretty well protected 3 or 4. Millie moved it to the only spot on the green, but we said that danger was there if Nick Cale got that red bowl to clean out the blue and the yellow. Well, that's still there, and I'm sure
that'll be what
Kane Nelson's eyeing it up already. They need to make either the choice to play a really good draw shot here or make some change themselves and play, run towards the danger. You can see if Nelson goes and can clear that blue and yellow out of the way, and it's probably by way of the edge of the red, the bowl will come across in front of the jack and clear those two out, and they would hold probably what would be 5 shots, Wenty. So, Cabramatta there in the middle of the green. They know they can't leave it there, Jace.
No, absolutely. Look, there's a lot of different things happening, but there's a lot of traffic on the backhand. I think he's going to be playing a forehand here, trying to get up and over through Jay Bruce bowl and turn the shot in further. That's what I would play. Yes, the danger is getting the Wenty bowl in, but if you turn the Wenty bowl and they got shot, they're probably not going to go running at them other two. So
I'm feeling he might try that similar thing, but maybe a little bit more towards the inside.
Get inside the gap into the inside of the Corey Daly bowl.
Inside bowls.
Yep.
Yeah, if he happened to turn, we'll see it from behind here in a moment. I think the call was to get to the back of the rink anyway. So, yeah, if he happened to turn that red bowl onto the jack and it got to the right of screen, it was a dangerous position. But gets the back position, so it's the deepest bowl, but it is still there. Gets this red bowl perfect. Those blue and yellow go. And
there's a lot
it is
there after
5
that.
shots to the Magpies. So it's one of those ones there for Cabra, beg your pardon. They just didn't know what to do. Danger all around.
It's just a swinging weight. Just controlled and try and swing down onto it. It's a
He's
hard
outside
weight.
where he wants to be.
It's a hard weight to play on the surface, isn't it? We've seen that in the past.
Sailing to the back. Does he go into the ditch? He has. So that first bowl of Cale, still the deepest bowl on the rink.
Again.
Cabra still have the task of trying to get in. I think he's got a dead draw, Jace, on the forehand. Try and draw close. If he gets just under the line, got a draw to the centre line on the forehand. If you get 2 or 3 bowls narrower than that, you might sit on one of the opposition bowls.
And look, I like this bit. They've asked for the skip on the next rink. Carl Healy, we know how good Carl is. Known, nickname Professor. So they've got him involved as well in this decision-making process, and I love this concept. This is all part of the a sides match it is, so absolutely loving it.
It's one of them ones. All the angles are against him, Jason. I don't know what to do. I think if you're unsure, you need to get another one in the head. He got the deepest bowl with his first, so he's secured that part of the scenario.
They're obviously looking at how to defend that 5 down. That's what makes them think about this even harder is the fact who's playing the next bowl. Kane Nelson, well known to get his target most times.
So they've made their decision. I'd love to see Nick pick up his bowl here and get onto the mat and deliver it. Be confident in the choice that you've made. Don't stand on the mat now and think about it. Yep, it's good. He's eyeing up his line. Get that grip on the bowl in a moment. Yeah, he knows what he wants to play. Jump on and make your best attempt at the shot that you've selected.
Yep. Well, he's going big himself.
Okay. Just doesn't want the edge of this red one. Well, taking some danger away. Quite sure if it's stayed in or out. Well, they've picked up the marker, so it is staying in. And it's right to the boundary.
And it will be.
And it's one shot to Cabramatta. The first Kale bowl, the closest.
Plenty of room for Kane Nelson.
Second shot to Wenty. Probably...
Not sure.
Probably third shot
to Cabra, I think. The 𝗟𝗓𝗓𝗡 bowl.
Yeah, I think he's just on the draw anyway.
Yep.
Just got to play tee weight here on a somewhat decent line with weight to the tee will be enough. Well, I think the weight's enough. Has he picked the line? Yeah. Plenty of claps here.
He's good.
Just needs it to pull in now, and it jumps in for shot. So one after all that to...
Did you hear that?
Wenty.
You couldn't hear it live, viewers, but Kane Nelson was like, surely that's not going to go all the way in. He had a little heart flutter there for a moment, but at the end of the day, he played it well.
We said run towards the danger. That's certainly what Gale went for. Took a big chance there, but like you said, obviously didn't want to leave it for...
Oh, yeah.
Didn't want to leave that at all open for Kane Nelson to try and play that himself. So a few ends finished there together, so we'll get those updated. A couple extra shots for the Healy rink. So Carl Healy 11-7 now in front after 13 ends on his matchup against Jacob Nelson. And you see there Wilson 14-7 in front of Matthew Long Swan. So Alex Tonkin just passed there with his opening bowl. Just trying to correct on that.
He's pointed this pretty well, Alex.
Well played.
Jimmy now. Well, he's out on a fairly good track too. Down to his weight.
Just
finished well.
Yeah, reminder, of course, if you have just ducked away for a quick break and come back, Cabramatta before the previous end have made their positional switch and swapped their lead in second round. So Reynolds now leading and Phillips playing in the seconds position. We'll see how that plays out for the remainder of this game.
Aaron Wilson Rink's just opening up a bit of a lead over there, and got that masterboard back out to 7 now for Cabramatta, while St John's Park have got a 10-shot lead on their masterboard over there, so just over the halfway point of both matches.
Lee Stinson and Jason Pinnock here with you this afternoon in commentary. And we are missing our sidekick for the first session, Jason, but I do believe we may have a special guest commentator later on this evening, the one and only Australian Jackaroos coach Gary Willis, involved in Pennant for Cabramatta himself in Sydney this afternoon, and he's going to make his way north, so we hope to bring Gary in at some stage during our evening session.
Provide the viewers with a bit more intelligence in this live stream, I think, mate, hey?
There's a certain level that you and I can speak about in our knowledge of the game, Jason, but when you're a former international and current national coach, his opinion probably holds a little bit more weight than yours and mine.
He holds the most weight in our game, in all honesty, so... A good bloke too, Gaz. Likes to have a bit of fun with it as well. And
see Corey Daly. Does he get back to the jack? Well, finds the gap. Somewhat good and somewhat bad. He did have a little collection of bowls there where it would have went to, but was probably carrying a little bit more speed than he wanted. So I'm sure we'll see Bruce with a somewhat similar attempt there to what Corey Daly was playing. Just needs it to fade in and just goes past himself.
Outside, so good effort. Again, you see, Corey's just wanting to back the weight off here a little bit. He won't be wanting to get there with that much weight.
He's on a better line.
Absolutely.
There's the weight here. It's Jack High, he's close. Just carrying a little bit again. Look at it get back to centre rink.
He's a metre over. Such fine adjustment needed here to get that perfect draw shot.
As we said earlier on, that the synthetic surface actually quickens up the drier it gets.
It does.
So conditions may be evolving throughout the course of this match. Even this is the downwind direction as well. It's a very slight breeze, of course, Jace, but it is the downhill wave of play at the moment. Nelson, just a steady draw, a couple of bowls to rest on. If he did collect the centre of the jack, it's okay, but he may have just overdone the speed as well.
He has.
Be a little fast lane going down there, and that's another Cabra bowl that's all of a sudden come into calculations. Carr with a chance to sit this shot bowl to hold a multiple count.
It'll be interesting to see what way he decides to play here. It's such a hard hand, this backhand, with that metre on weight, so to speak, or even a little bit more.
He doesn't want just the outside of the jack with a metre away,
He's
so he has
going more
decided to
direct.
go firmer.
It's close here.
Where's it going? Well, catches a bowl, and his bowl kicks across as well.
Yes. Well, you know what? That's at the end of the day, he's got the result because he played a very good bowl and got it in a very good area. So he hit his target.
Hit the jack. Got a nice bounce to run across there with it, and you see it there. He actually hit the jack again when it went into the ditch. So it's going to be at least one for Cabramatta. They're holding a couple at the moment. So Kane Nelson draws down on his backhand. He gets past where his own bowl sits. Well, he'll get himself second. I'm not sure he's set this, Jace. How far past his own does he go?
He's just getting to it, so he'll be
Does he get in front of that yellow?
No, he doesn't.
No, he hasn't. It may still be two.
I think it is.
Cabramatta with a free draw for three.
A free draw for a big, yeah. You're going to back Nick 𝗟𝗓𝗡 every day of the week. I'll just bring up Lee Stinson's calculator. He's 99.6% chance here of drawing a third.
At least.
The 0.04% is due to a
win factor.
A natural disaster, basically. Can sometimes be hard shots to play, but
I think he's happy enough with it. He wasn't totally wrapped out of the hand, and the players haven't cheated on it. This could be the 0.4, Jace.
Yeah, he's got back in. He's drawn it. Yes.
Nearly outdrew his first.
Yeah, great shot.
We'll see three there. Yeah, three confirmed by the players. Things stretching out again.
It is. It's out to 12 now, Lee.
They brought it right back to one or two shots, the Magpies, but gone out again. And see on that other game, St John's in a double digits lead as well. In their match with the Gorillas from Warilla. We'll see how that match shapes up. Of course, we do get to see one of those teams in the evening session. And we did tee it up with our team ahead of this game, Jace, that if things finish here and there is some ends remaining in that Warilla St John's game, depending on how much time is left in that match, we'll try and get any camera angles we can to you. But see a lot to play out. This game could still finish last as well. So wait and see what happens. But
yeah,
we'll get you as much coverage as we possibly can here throughout these big finals games.
As they've done all season too. The production crew have been great, Lee, to work with on all rounds. You know, we've had a couple of early finishes on the live stream rink, and they have been more than happy just to move across. You know, great pictures they give us as well. The action replays, the slow-mos.
Great shots, James Reynolds. Yeah, right. And, tough conditions today, really, Jace, too, isn't it? When you see this from behind with the light. I'm certainly no camera expert, but that must be tough to try and get the right lighting, the right focus when the light is changing.
Yeah. Still says a lot. I know we've got a lot of great things out there with not needing to man cameras and being able to use it from a side desk, so to speak, but it says a lot. Man cameras still have a big part in our game, I think.
Oh, absolutely. And of course, you know, certain clubs or certain regions and the like may be able to do different things. And, you know, I know the initial days of live streaming involved there's the iPhone set up at the back of the rink.
I did one of them myself, actually.
And some people are still operating that way. And, you know, but to have the opportunity to have fully operated camera operators on each camera just helps deliver an even better product to our viewers. And Well, terrific shot there. Franklin Fong draws a touch up. And we're all about the viewers. Jason giving them the best coverage possible for what is an elite competition such as the Platinum Pennant. You said earlier, one of the best inter-club competitions in the world.
The best.
Extremely lucky with the players that we have in New South Wales.
Michael Phillips, great shot.
Bowl for bowl. Here so far in end number 12.
Well, I'll tell you what, this front end change has helped a lot out already. You can see Jimmy obviously getting a lot more lead bowls in closer early on. Michael Phillips then being able to free up and play a little bit more positive weight as well. So far the change has worked up front for Cabramatta on this rink. See Fongy going nice and big. Get contact through there. Oh, he's
created a little bit of a Jacko angle out the other side.
Yeah.
Bruce just trying to draw up close, backhand. Just going to catch the front. No, 𝗟𝗟𝗡𝗡𝗔𝗟, chance to draw a toucher here. Nice count at the moment for Cabra, but touch on the jack here for Daly can turn things around. Oh, not quite wide enough. So who gets in here first to change these angles? At the moment, 2 shots to the Bullants. Jay Bruce played this pretty well.
Yeah.
Where does he land?
Oh.
Just doesn't quite get back
Squared it
to
up a
centre
little
ring.
too, hadn't he? Unfortunately.
Quick on the mat, so he's going to take the softer weighted shot here, Corey Daly. There is a bit of an angle at the front to potentially work. Oh.
Well, he's sort of done a bit of a wobble and a skip and a back hop and nearly reminded me of the Ben Winther bowl without hitting the bowls, if you know what I mean. Have a look at that bowl, just sort of spun around like a top it did. And he's probably got the shot from it.
So I think he has made shots. So Kale, 3 seconds. Sure be trying to pick the outside edge of this bowl here. You see him lining up forehand. Try and pick the bowl out through the gap at the front.
Wow.
Just misses on the wide side. And
a big pickup over there for Matthew Longswan. It's back to 2 shots. It was 7 shots previously, so that tells me there must have been a 5. Unless it was 2 consecutive ends that we missed, but Kane's just gone in underneath.
well, he was trying to trail that jack through. They've got all the bowls past here, so potential for a big count either way. So 4 seconds now for Cabra. If Nick was to miss the target, Kane can try and poke the jack through the gap anywhere at the back of the rink to make probably 4 or 5 himself. So Kale with the chance first, and he has missed it. So Kane Nelson, not a huge amount of risk here, but if he can trail that jack, great angle there on screen.
Yeah.
Just find the gap at the front. If he can get this jack to the back of the rink, almost needs to double hit it and put it through.
Exactly right, yep. Because there's nothing but Wenty bowls at the back.
How close has he gone? Can he get up to this jack, Jace?
He's close.
We called it early. Does it get through the gap?
Double kiss through, and he's got it. Kane Nelson has played an absolute bomb and near knocked Franklin Fong out at the same time.
I don't know if I want to see the replay of the bowl or the high five. We're going to get the bowl first. Jack through the gap. We called it that both teams had the opportunity. It was one of those willy-nilly high fives gone down, and lucky Franklin's got glasses on. Otherwise, might have been an eye poked out. Got it to the back of the rink.
And there's nothing but Wenty bowls there.
Four shots.
4 shots scored.
Well, it was there for both sides.
There's a call for a HIA inquiry too on Franklin Fong.
The independent doctor just checking him out at the moment.
Good to see the excitement out there. That was a great bowl by Kane Nelson.
We got Andrew Swan at the back of the ring, chopping at the bit if there is a HIA. So a couple of big counts there, Chase. You're correct. Just had a look at that scoreboard. It was a 5 to Matthew Long-Swan. And
game on
that
again.
4 that we had here.
So it was a 12-shot margin. It's back to 3. Platinum Pennant action heating up. 2/3 of the way through now. See on the far side, 2/3 of the way through. Back to 8-shot margin there. It was double figures to St John's Park, but Warilla also fighting. Chance for a spot in the match to make the grand final tonight up against Raymond Terrace. Up for grabs. The loser will play the winner of this match this evening. Action heating up out there, Lee. As it is, well, I'm going to mention it, as it is in the NRL, the mighty Lee Stinson Raiders, they're on fire over the Bunnies at the moment.
Hello to my beautiful wife, Jodie, if you're watching on at home. Jodie, very passionate South Sydney supporter, so probably not a bad thing that we're in different parts of the state for today's game. There's Franklin Fong.
Look at this.
Apply the pressure. Well, he must have passed his HIA. He's come back out and drawn shot. Well, big scores everywhere. I see that really going back to 35-38.
Wow, it is too.
It's all happening around the rings, Chase. I don't know, was there any power plays called? There's a heap of big scores there all of a sudden. So here we go. (39-36), 38-35. Both games about 2/3 of the way through. See Fong and Phillips with 2 good opening bowls. Franklin trying to add to the count.
Fong, get right back. Oh, he was unfortunate. What a good bowl.
Terrific effort.
Wasn't it what?
That was one of the, as Phillips goes under the line here, that was one of the funnier instances I've seen on the poll screen, Jason.
You know what? It actually reminds me of an NRL match, and it was actually the Sharks one year. I think Aaron Woods went through, or was it State of Origin? Aaron Woods just done the big flying through after a try, and he's missed everyone, got clean air.
I did see our videographer over on the side of the green did get that content with the high five and the missed high five, the attempted high five, we'll call it. So I wonder if that'll make its way onto our social reels later on this evening. So stay tuned. But Kane Nelson and Franklin Fong went in for the high five. And I don't know if there was hands touching, but...
That was fresh air, straight through to Franklin's nose it was. Yeah, keep an eye on the Bowls New South Wales Facebook page tonight, sorry. Keep an eye out for that reel. It will be an absolute crack-up.
Good one there into the back of the rink. So one shot at the moment to the Magpies. Midway through end number 13. See how things pan out. Jay Bruce, firm weight. Oh, he struck that one really nicely, Jace. Got that out well. What does he get from here? Well, Jack's moving. Does it go off?
Yep.
There we go. We hadn't had a dead end in about an hour or so. Gets the dead end count ticking over again. Number 7 here on this rink. All right, we'll have another go at this end. Plenty of big scores, and they haven't stopped across the rinks. There'll be some updates to these games coming through. Score right on screen, 40 shots to 38. There's another multiple count for Warilla. They've edged their way back in front, Jace, in live scoring, and there it is.
Yep.
39-38. So that match is bouncing around like a seesaw at the moment. That was a 4-shot count to the Gary Kelly rink that's done that.
Wouldn't expect anything less at this time either. You know, that's every single match from here on in is big for every team. You know, Warilla and St John's Park playing for a chance to play in the match to go to the grand final. Loser into that knockout stage as well. So they've been two very, very good sides this season. Obviously, second and third is no mean feat in this competition.
Well, Warilla's played in that particular matchup in all 3 seasons in that 2-3 game. It's been their consistent finishing position as Tonkin, touch of the jack there once again. For St John's, of course, finalists in season number 1. Had a win in this knockout game against Mount Lewis before actually bowing out to Warilla in the second finals match. And unfortunately for the Saints, they missed the finals altogether last year.
Just get all the way back. Jimmy
2 good
Reynolds.
bowls by Reynolds.
Yeah, good leading. Franklin Fong's got the hat on sideways now. That sun obviously getting down. And
well, it's all that, or he's trying to protect his black eye from the high five. Now, I saw Reynolds with something similar, so it's in a slightly awkward spot as it just comes between the structure of the green complex and the actual club itself. The sun just sneaking through that small gap at the moment. Comfortable conditions for the spectators, Jace. It's really pleasant here, isn't it, at the moment?
We just see a 3 on the Jacob Nelson rink, so that means Wenty are now in front on the master board. So Jacob Nelson now 13-12. favour of 𝗟𝗓𝗡𝗓, but Wenty in front, 41-40 now, so these games are lighting up.
Phillips, great shot. Well, is he going to get unlucky?
Well.
Oh, that is a horrible result. He's kicked the jack to his own bowl. It was resting on it, and then it's dropped back down and moved the jack back to the opposition. We promised the best, Jace, a few hours ago when we got underway. And look at things at the moment. 41-40 in this game. 39-38 on the adjacent rinks. Cannot get any better. We've still got our minor premiers to come. I don't know which way it's going to go.
No idea at all. Both teams playing very solid and consistent. It ebbs and flows like every single game. Momentum changes. It could come down to just one big moment by one player. A big skipper's bowl. Who knows? But don't go anywhere. Stay tuned here.
Yeah, stick with us. Get close to 4 p.m. New South Wales time. Plenty of people will be finishing up bowls all around the state. If you haven't already, let us know where you're tuning in from. Great to see so many viewers joining us. Live and exclusive coverage here on the Bowls New South Wales YouTube channel as we culminate what has been an exciting finish to Season 3, the TAB Platinum Pennant.
Okay, saw Corey just go for a little bit of cover with his bowl. Jay now just underline.
Yeah, nice little collection of bowls there just behind, or they could sit that shot bowl, haven't they?
Yes,
so,
yeah.
And hard for the Magpies to get another one in the count. Trying to draw probably between the two red bowls. That's here, right, Jace, at the moment, with perfect weight between these two reds.
Close. It's just going through too, isn't it?
Get to that yellow, he'd probably take that. Yeah, I'd be happy enough with that, but still second and third here for Bruce. Oh, didn't like that out of the hand. You see the head go down, the slap of the thigh.
He doesn't like it, but I tell you.
Jeez, he wasn't a long way away, was he?
He would have felt that weight too, wouldn't he? And that's what he wouldn't have liked, probably.
Yeah, must have knew he was quicker out of the hand.
Yeah. Swap over to the skippers now. Give me a quick chance on checking on my club.
One shot here to Wenty Leagues with Kane Nelson to approach the mat first. So he's going to take that option. Try and do what Daly didn't. Draw between the front two red bowls.
Oh, with the right weight, he's just pushing through as well, isn't he?
Just over.
So fine. It's getting all the way back, isn't it? But
it's the safest way to try and get another counter. There's an argument to say he could play the forehand himself and
yes,
draw
lot of danger.
Perfectly around the jack, or if he kicks the jack through to where the Daly bowl ended up. But sure, we'll see Nick just overweight on his forehand, just trying to sit that shot bowl through.
They're looking at this one intently. Nick Carl all the way back. He's got the jack through. Oh, he's unfortunate.
Yeah, he just wanted the
He's
shot bowl more so than the jack, didn't he?
He's played a very good bowl there.
Just caught
Got a
on
really,
that bowl.
really bad result, actually, hasn't he? Got to feel stiff on that because it's actually got the jack into a position that's really hard for him to see and get to now.
It's where they place the mat in this end. It's just a really awkward spot for the players.
Isn't it what? Yeah, it's just that time of the afternoon. I remember seeing this when they had their roll-ups in previous rounds here, Lee, when we were streaming, and the players were doing the same thing.
So he's going back to his forehand. He's trying to perfectly weight this bowl around the front, just around these and rip in now. And there it is. Well played, 𝗘𝗟𝗓𝗠𝗡.
That's just class. Pure class.
Knowing the rink, isn't it? You don't know where you're playing. You wouldn't think you'd be able to draw to there. It was a great angle in from behind, watching that bowl curl around the pack with perfect weight. There it is there. Look at where this bowl finishes, Jace. You wouldn't think you could get there.
It's finished perfectly, hasn't it?
I think we'll see some weight through that yellow bowl at the front. Trying to find inside or outside of this yellow. Big bowl here as we saw Aaron Wilson getting a 3 on one of the far rings. Does he make contact with these bowls at the front? He just missed that yellow. So 3 to Aaron Wilson. Cancelled out here by a 3-shot count to 𝗘𝗟𝗓𝗠𝗡. So 44-43 once that Wilson score goes on. All of a sudden, Jace, this rink out to 20 shots to 12.
Well, 𝗘𝗟𝗓𝗠𝗡, bit of a form player at the moment. Recently come back from the Everest where he had an epic quarterfinal in the quarterfinal win there, and a very unlucky semi-final. Played very well, but Gary Kelly got over him in the semi there, so he's definitely got some form.
Yeah, terrific player, Kane. Just looking at some of his previous achievements, he's a 4-time Queensland state winner. That's 2 times in the fours, once in the triples, and once in the champion of champion pairs. He's a World Junior Indoor Singles Men's Champion and Mixed Pairs Champion in the same season. Terrific player, I think. Fortunate enough to be at the venue when he's made his debut for Queensland. I think that was 2023 against New South Wales at Tweed Head. So he's had a rapid rise, still only 21 years of age.
Yeah.
So the sky's the limit. He's bounced onto the scene. Runner-up, of course, in the Australian Open pairs last year, with Kane and Jacob just going down to Corey Wedlock and Gary Kelly in that Australian Open final. So yeah, he's one of those young guns on the way through. We see some of those experienced jackaroos, Aaron Wilson, Aaron Tees, Lee Schreiner, Corey Wedlock. They've been in the system quite a while, but the people like 𝗘𝗟𝗓𝗠𝗡, Nathan Black there on the march, looking for those any scrap of opportunity to find their way into the main setup. Just to get to that top 10 in Australia, a huge achievement.
Jimmy Reynolds now just under the line here, I think. Depends on his weight. Yeah, very well weighted. Two there to the Carl Healy rink in the middle.
Another lead change.
Yeah. Going to be a lot of this happening, obviously, all the way through to the end.
Oh, this is what we wanted.
Ah, yeah.
Now, it is an elimination game, so there is a chance if any team gets a gap that they're going to keep fighting for everything. But from the neutral position that we sit in, Jason, we'd love to see this go right down to the wire over the last end or two.
53 all, mate. Last bowl to win it.
Be good to see, wouldn't it? Phillips going to do enough. Yeah, to get another second in there. The bowler Franklin Fong just half a metre short himself. Franklin Fong looks to have weighted this pretty well, Jace.
Yeah, Kano's clapping it in, and he's very happy with the position and the weight, isn't he?
Weight was perfect. Just needed to finish the other side of that Reynolds bowl to count. Big Phillips himself wasn't far away, but I think that's just going to turn. There you see it. Once they start getting across the rink, they just keep going. Close in both games. All to play for. I did see an interesting position switch from our vantage point on the other game, the Willis St John's Park, and Aaron Tees has gone from skip all the way back to lead. So he swapped with Chris Roseanne's.
Okay. Yeah, wow. That's a big change. But in saying that, those players can play both them positions quite easily. Chris Roseanne's, we know his pedigree, seen him in BPL, etc. before, so obviously would skip at his club as well up there at Pine Rivers.
Corey Daly, well played. Gets into the count, makes a couple.
Wonder how long it's been since Teesy's thrown a jack, though. That could be the question.
Yeah, outside of singles games, wouldn't happen all that often, although he was he played in the lead position in the World Championship pairs. They lost that final, the Australian, to the Irish pairing of Adam McEwen and Gary Kelly. And Jay Bruce just needs to hold now or have that bit extra weight to carry past. Just gets caught on the front bowl. Probably done enough for second, though. Just trying to draw in. Players reasonably happy with this line once again. Daly, how well have you done here? Off those bowls, round the back.
Finishes well, doesn't he?
Yeah, well played. Oh, and Jace, here we go. We got a chance. Got a chance for another dead end.
Well,
buy your tickets. You'd have to be in the favour that it's going out more than in, the way things have gone so far.
Especially in this direction.
Jay Bruce, what contact have you got?
Good here.
Oh, he's picked out the shot bowl. Probably done enough. Well, it's hard to tell.
It's up and down, isn't it?
The front blue is a lot closer than it appears from our live view.
Live view. Well, Corey Daly's one finger up, but I tell you what, I'd be questioning that because my live view says it's a blue bowl. But he is above it. I'm off to the side of it.
Yeah, well, sorry, Jason. I'm going to back the player on the green at the moment.
Come on.
Chance here first for Nelson to try and draw one in on this big turning backhand. Yeah, he's done this pretty well. Just needs to bend in front of the red now. Oh, just gets the wrong edge.
Massive
drops away.
Effort.
Great attempt. That lead changes. We see another one. It's now the Saints back in front over on that game. Both these games, of course, if it is a draw after 63 ends, Teams will go back on their respective rinks and play one end each.
Wow, this is true too. I forgot about that scenario. Okay, Nick now. Used to be well down to there. What a shot, Nick Carl, all the way down. Big turnaround there. See this on the replay. Just got around the 𝗟𝗓𝗡𝗡𝗔𝗧 bowl. Pushes down through the jack.
Yeah, terrific shot. We've got some exciting news to bring you in a moment. We'll wait a couple of bowls and reveal what that is for you in just a moment. Nelson, has he overplayed the weight? He may have, just to bend back in time. Terrific conversion there from Cale. He'll hold a couple. One bowl to go.
Well, he wouldn't he wouldn't mind tucking this just around the corner, wouldn't he? Really blocking this off from Kane.
Well, I don't think he's going to be too worried about what Kane does with his third bowl, Jace. I think he'll be happy just to try and draw one in.
Got me again, eh? That's happened a couple of times today, but that's all right.
You've been playing too many three-bowl games in Yamba, have you?
I must say the last half an hour I've been keeping an eye on the live scores of my club, so sorry, I'll get back on the job here.
Oh, there's plenty happening.
There is plenty happening.
Brad Piper saying wants the Wenty Magpies to kick on.
Yeah, well, he's played a lot with Kane Nelson.
So
good at 𝗟𝗓𝗡𝗡𝗡, and
Nick trying to replicate his first attempt. He's just taken the weight off. So they do get the board moving again here on our feature rink. 2 shots there to the Bullants. 20 shots to 14, but overall, Cabra just extend ever so slightly. And that news, ladies and gentlemen, we can bring you. Jason and I got a great live view of an incident there a little while ago. We mentioned an overexcited high five between a couple of Wenty teammates. And if you want to have a look at that, you can check out the Bowls New South Wales Facebook page for that coverage. Well done to the team on the turnaround of that. $47.44, 16 ends to go. Jace, you were just tipping the scales in favour of Cabramatta when we kicked off.
I was.
You're still thinking that's going to be the case?
It's hard, isn't it? But I'm just going to favour them. You know, in a tight battle. Yes, they've got a lot. There's class on both sides. I just think we've seen so much of Cabramatta and their pedigree. They find that winning line in these big matches, and that's the only reason I give them the edge.
And for the first time, we have extended to maximum length.
And a change in the lead in the other game. St John's Park now in front.
So as things closing up here in our feature game, we're fortunate enough to be joined in the commentary box by one of the Raymond Terrace Jets players, Lee Schrainer. Good afternoon to you, Lee.
Hello, man with the greatest name in bowls, Lee.
Yeah, it's going to be very Lee-centric here for the next couple of ends or so, but obviously the Jets watching on in a football code type of scenario, Lee. You'd always say if you've got the game off, you'd love to see both teams battle it out with each other and go right down to the wire. And is it the same in bowls? You like seeing this close game because it might take the edge ever so slightly off what comes next for you?
Oh, look, from our point of view, I mean, I expected both games to be close, and they are. Look, all four teams out there are handling the green pretty well. The standard's pretty hot. I noticed the Sydney Harbour lights have come through this time of the day. So it does change the green a little bit, so who can adapt as it comes across their rink?
You said earlier on in coverage too, Lee, that this green different to a lot of synthetics, that it quickens up the drier it gets. So it's probably potentially getting a little bit quicker as the day goes on.
I'm pretty sure our green keeper would be giving it a very, very light water each morning and a roll just to make sure it's as flat and as true as possible for everyone. As like any synthetic, there are a couple of tricks in it. No synthetic green. In fact, no grass green's ever perfect, but you pay for a bad bowl here.
Absolutely, as we see Franklin Fong, two pretty good bowls. First time we've seen the match stretched out to the longer length, and 4 there to the Magpies. So it was the choice of Cabra to take this on, but the Magpies have adapted well.
I have a bit of a suspicion there might be a few longer jacks in your game tonight.
We certainly hope so for your point of view. Right, the more longer jacks is probably going to mean you're winning more ends than the opposition.
There might be a few kiddies in the ditch and so forth, but
be highly surprised if anyone decided to play that tactic back at you. So see Bruce with his first, picks out one of the bowls.
He's opened up the draw again if they want to go back to that.
And for the Jets, might have been a fantastic campaign so far. 10 wins, 1 draw, undefeated through 11 games. You've been up at the pointy end the first couple of years. Has it been anything different? Have you felt like you've played better or just had the results go your way this time around?
No, you're pretty spot on. I think we finished second, third, and now first. There is always a lot of talk about our home green being a huge advantage. Well, of course it is, but our away record's just as good. It's just a sign of a team that really wants to win, and we're aware of the fact that this is going to be our best chance to do it. So there's a few nerves around, but once we get on the green and bowling, I mean, if we get done, we get done. We're going to be full throttle.
Oh, and of course, you've set yourselves up for two chances anyway. So if you did happen to miss out this evening, you get a second crack by virtue of finishing where you have on the ladder. So
yeah, I was just going to hold on. Great effort. We tied against Soldiers Point in the last game, which was an amazing game of bowls. And good on them for surviving and being competitive. It's good to see the Newcastle team start. We lost one, of course. We lost East Maitland. But Newcastle's a very strong area for those that aren't aware, and it's I'll be right in saying it's got the most members, I think, of any zone in New South Wales. So
yeah, absolutely. Yeah, well and truly as well.
40-odd bowling clubs just in Zone 2, and then you've got Zone 6, which involves a lot of Newcastle and Hunter as well.
So, around about 5,500 in the greater Newcastle region. Always been a strong area, and personnel like yourself coming into the area over the past few years obviously adds to that. But probably the key change to your lineup, we've had a settled crew for many years, but having J-Boy Norris come into the fold this time around has just added with that one more back-end player, which gets you from second or third to undefeated potentially.
He was an important inclusion. We have freedom within our teams to swap, which we've done, I think, 5 or 6 times this year across rinks. It's just me to be able to swap with Cohen if need be. I swapped him and Lockie around in my rink at Engadine. Of course, J-Boy and Peter Taylor swapped when they were well behind at Carlingford and scored 15 zip. Basically get us home overall and their rink. Yeah, a lot of things have fallen in place for us this year, there's no doubt about that.
Well, you've had that front end stability and pressure upon teams, haven't you? So having that opportunity, I guess, not to move any of that crew into a third or back end position, and being able to let, as you said, those 6 players you have work around the back end and just do what those other guys have done up front so well for many years.
That's right. The luxury of getting Jamie to play a couple of games, and then Kate came in and played a game. It's an incredible thing to have, that little bit of depth. I wonder if that bowl's going to be in Nick's eye.
So
draw, or whether he's
holding a couple. Obviously, he can't afford to lose his yellow. We've seen quite often, and obviously you know these greens as good as most, Lee, that sometimes that swinging shot, or not even that swinging, but trying to play somewhere between, say, 10 and 25 feet becomes tough on these. The players early on have decided to go a lot firmer than that when the opportunities arose.
No, that's right, but at times you do have to play that, and whether you pick the line or not, it's a different story. You've still got to play long bowls. You've got to play the right shot. In Nick's case here, he could draw a really good bowl and tip Keynes in for another one here, just high. But I think just with the one hanging around, I think he's got to try and draw this, doesn't he?
Yeah, without last bowl as well is probably the other factor. Even if he plays a good bowl and rips out the 2 shot bowls, Keynes going to have an opportunity for a count himself.
He's playing weight.
Play that, the 10 to 25 foot shot that we called. He's not a mile away.
Well. He's just got to move a touch.
I'll pick one out.
That's a good shot. Got one out. That's well picked. Well played.
So does Kane take the chance to play a risky shot for 4, or just try and draw in another?
No, he's going to draw one. He just be drawn.
Tell us about the sunlight coming in. Well, obviously, you played a few afternoon games here at different things, championships, Pennant over the years. Does it cause much of an effect, or is it only very briefly for an end or two?
Look, it has a little effect, and it's obviously very hard to see when it does. There's been talk about putting something up to block it, but as you know, our club renovations, we're putting these 2 greens fully undercover, so anything we do now is only going to be a waste of money.
Gets close to the draw here.
Yeah, he's in.
Drop in.
Where is he?
Well, we'll probably bring
by the look
the measure out.
By the look on his face, he's not counting.
So it is 1 shot only. That's a pretty tough result, really, with really good weight. There, they extend their lead here. 21 shots to 14 here, feature ink. And Lee, you mentioned before some of the nuances of the green. It'd be great probably for the viewers at home. Don't have to give away any specifics on this particular green, but you as a player, what do you look for? Let's say you're going to a club for the first occasion. Are there things that you would practice, or how could you help the viewers watching on at home and how to look for things on a specific rink?
When you're playing away?
Yeah.
Well, golden rule for me when you're playing away, especially when you're skipping, is to ensure your lead plays the same hand as your opposition lead, because it's their home green and they know the best side, so you start there. That's the very first thing you do. And, I mean, we all get that little roll up before we start. For the night games, it's tricky. You find the speed of the green, you go inside for an hour, you come back out and the greens drop pace because it's night time. That's not going to happen here. The green speed's going to stay consistent, except, as you said, the Sydney Harbour sun, we call it, as it looks like the Sydney Harbour coming through. It just takes a yard off, that's all. Doesn't change the line or anything.
And if you're going at a tournament somewhere, maybe that you've never been to, don't have that opportunity to play against the home side, are you watching every single bowler? Like, are you going to the effort of checking what your opposition are using in the roll-up, and you might know what all those bowls should do, and are you looking at that kind of thing closely?
Oh, I watch every bowl in the roll-up, always. As I think when you're not skipping, you should be standing behind the mat watching every bowl go down, get a visual for the pace, get a visual for the line, see where they're finishing. You can constantly, you can have it in your brain with only putting 4 bowls down. Skipping's a bit more difficult. You're at the other end, you're watching them come in from reverse. So, yeah.
Obviously, of course, viewers, in between our games this afternoon, the 2 sides, both Raymond Terrace, and whether it is either Wirrilla or St John's Park, will get time to to go onto the green and have a bit of a practice. And one of the key features and an advantage for Raymond Terrace on finishing on top, but you don't want to not have the opportunity to get out and roll a few bowls. So.
Yeah, once you see Jimmy's bowl swoop right across there, you really pay for a narrow bowl here.
Tell us about the move into Raymond Terrace a few years ago, mate. You must really feel like a local now after, a handful of years or so here?
Yeah, I'm starting to run out of states to live in. But, partner and I moved up here during COVID to get out of all the lockdowns when we had a chance, and the club here offered me a bowls contract and some work for my business, and my partner a full-time job, so it would have been silly not to take it, really. And I'm sort of getting on a bit in years, so bowls contracts aren't going to last forever.
Absolutely. Yeah, nice spot.
See this head slightly more open than the longer ends, as people are aware when they play here. For some reason, the shorter ends seem a bit trickier and the heads seem to open up a little bit.
Yeah, that's where most of our big scores have come from during the game, Lee. I'm not sure if you've tuned in earlier on this afternoon, but all the time when both teams have got in and around it, they've either been a dead end or a low count. The ones where you've had to try and draw out of trouble with 15, 18 inches of room, people have just gone under, over, or found gaps, and that's where the scores have ticked on.
Franklin's done all right here. That's good. I would have been here a bit early, but my hot water system blew up this morning and the garage was flooded. So I've had a great day. I've got Tails staying with me. I've got Jay. I've got Jay's partner. I've got Tails' partner, and I've got Cohen. So plus Chris and I, so 7 of us. And we've got no hot water till Monday.
A bit of a rush around to get things sorted. Just what you need on a big finals day.
Yeah.
And so I didn't notice, we've got Jason Pinnock back with us too. So just a reminder, if you are just tuning in after watching Pennant, wherever you are around New South Wales, Australia, or even around the world, my name's Lee Stinson, Jason Pinnock and Raymond Terrace star Lee Schreiner joining us here at the moment. And for you, Lee, of course, you move on whenever you need to. I know you're prepping for a game later on. But
I'll be honest, mate, I need something to fill the time. And
are you a nervous waiter?
Look, I am. I'll be honest.
I'm the same.
But once I'm on the green, it's like, the nerves just go.
Yeah.
What will be, will be. If you've put the work in and you play well, you might win. If you don't, stiff. It's not like you didn't try.
Mate, I want to know, Lee. I see you enjoy your cooking a bit too outside of bowls. What are you cooking for the lads tonight and the crew tonight?
I cooked last night, mate, but time we're going to... I think the club's putting on schnitzels, chips and salad for everyone playing tonight. Everyone playing now, and the ones... The schnitzels are massive, mate. Get down to the bistro here.
Yeah.
The food is delicious. That's not going to get back.
You had a bit of a skin in the game in the schnitzel business at one point in time. Is that still alive?
It cost me a fortune, so that's no show. Okay. Right. Great idea to open a business during COVID. No, it's brilliant.
What was it called? The Schrunger Schnitzel or something like that?
Yeah. Flavoured crumb. Worked beautifully in COVID.
Plenty of places to sell into during that time. Yeah.
No, there's no chance of getting on the stock exchange, that business.
Corey Daly, what contact here? Oh, none.
This is where you get your... As you were talking about, this is where you get your numbers. When the heads are fitting like this, and it's very difficult to draw inside. This is why they're attacking. He needs to nearly be straight at this, down this forehand.
Struck it a little bit better.
He's got them all.
Might have just spun that forward enough. Yeah, one finger in the air from James Reynolds, so that the Michael Phillips bowl has done enough.
I like that call and that play. The fact is Jay could have played a really good bowl and drawn that, and then you're going to back Kane to whip it out, and he's still going to be 3 down. So I think that was the right play and a good shot.
Well, earlier in the game, but that's the calls that Nick Carl's been making is when you've had that 15, 18 inches of room, he said, I don't want you drawing it. He's got him to hit and run at the head each time. Well, obviously understanding the difficulty.
Here with a couple of seconds, Kane's after the yellow bowl as well. Is there a bit of a rumble on?
Well, there is. What's that done?
Yeah, that's going to stay in.
Towards the edge, but staying in.
Good luck.
He
looks disappointed there. It's a pretty good result.
7 dead ends and probably 4 ends, Jace, where the Jacks ended up moments from going out of play. And
look, they're discussing here. They're going to on the next rink, and they're going to be right in the way where Nico's going to be drawing through.
He'll be aiming somewhere near Karen Murphy's shoes there.
I think he's just going to have to wait a second, is he? Yeah. Okay.
We wouldn't be doing our job, Lee, if we didn't ask, who would you prefer to play in the next game, Warilla or St John's?
No one.
No, that gets asked in every sporting finals scenario.
There's no such thing as who you prefer to play. No such. This is a super, super, super shot from Nick.
This is brilliant.
That is outstanding. Good boy, this boy. Played a lot of slate bowls with him. I think he's done a lot of work on his mental strength, and I think he's taken the next step now.
Terrific guy, obviously. Cabra, a big supporter of Bowls New South Wales events, especially in junior space. So
look at this.
Get to deal with Nick a fair bit.
What a response here.
Just needs to pull up now.
He should be that's still a good shot.
Well, he got second. He was 2 down before that. It was a long way away, but he was 2 down.
Just looking at that front blue. Is there any value on this bowl, or is Franklin's?
Yeah, I think it's Cabramatta with 1st, 3rd and 5th. So that being the case, we saw a jump next door rather than a stop. Thankfully enough, it didn't disturb our head. Got himself perfectly positioned to block the contact, Peter Swan, but jumped over the top of it.
Do you think he knew he was down on this ring, so I thought I'll let that go through?
I'll tell you what, Jacob nearly drove Kane's bowl out.
Kale, again, just once again, he just
gotta
needs to
pull
pull
up.
up as well.
He's quick.
No jack movement now.
Oh, he doesn't want jack at all.
Whew. One shot there to Cabra, 50-49. Now they take the lead. Well, we've got the opportunity with you here, Lee. Of course, you have authored a few books. How's that experience? Writing about bowls, writing about your own career and happenings. Is that a tough thing to do?
It can be. Some things are tough to write, but.
Did you have any help or a ghostwriter along the way, or was it all your own?
When I was at school, I wanted to be an author. Then I changed to an architect, and then I ended up being an accountant. So, it's a hobby. It's a hobby. I'm going to have some time off. I'm going to reduce my schedule before the Australian Open and do a bit of writing and a few things around home. And of course, 3 weeks up in the Gold Coast. I'd really like to see Jimmy play on the other hand here.
Is it slightly different, just on that, with Jimmy playing that side of the green? Obviously, a different centre line to when we covered the Terrace games a few weeks ago, and we outlined the reasons for that earlier because of teams playing twice here today.
Mate, there's not much difference.
Yeah. So the closer you get to the club, does it get a little bit harder on this clubhouse side?
Yeah, I think it gets a bit trickier. Actually, where it is now is quite nice, but the hand is fast.
Just a bit more aggressive than that side that Alex just played.
Yeah. But it's obviously a team plan to try and change something.
And obviously started off second as well, so that was the switch. They did that after the 9th end.
Well, he's on a great line here, but as he backed the weight off, the turn is so late on this green, so he's still quick. You'll see this will rip right back to centre. Even just under.
Mention events such as the Australian Open. We know the schedule that's out and about for Jackaroo squad members and that elite group of players in our sport. Does it get tough at times to have to select what you can and can't go to?
Yeah, it can be. He's leading well here, Tonk.
Yeah, he's playing well.
Yes, mate, I've had to cut back tournament play, but that's just 44 years old, my body can't do 250 days of bowls a year. Might be able to do 150. So it's about managing your body as well. Fair effort here from Mickey. He's played a bomb.
Yeah, well played.
He's really
Brilliant.
lifted his game since that positional swap, I've got to say. It's probably given him more confidence to reach. He was dropping a lot of bowls short, he was, in the leads position, so been a good move for Mick.
You're enjoying the quiet games before the party time balcony gets going later on. Gee, she was loud against Marylands, wasn't it?
It was the highlight of my season so far being here. I was going to say fortunate enough. I was one of those patrons here a couple of years ago when Warilla took on Raymond Terrace.
It's a great vibe up there.
It is. It's a good vibe. We had some nice banter amongst the crowd. And
I'm sure
that's
you
about
would
all.
have. You would have made your ticket price worth it.
Yeah, there was some lemonades flowing that night. It was the only thing us Warilla supporters had to be confident about that night. I think your Jets took down the Gorillas somewhat in the tune of 40 shots or so.
But as you'll
that
hear,
evening.
Our crowd was cheering for dead ends because it kept it going. They're a good bunch of people, mate. They wouldn't harm a fly, but they love their club and they love their team.
Absolutely. I think it's probably one of the things I've really noted this season in, you mentioned this strong participation area for bowls in the Greater Newcastle region, and it's certainly shone through in Platinum. The crowd, which session did you play in Magic Round, Lee? Were you in the afternoon or the night session?
We played Wenty in the early morning session.
Oh, you're in the early session. Okay. Well, that evening session at Soldiers Point, the crowd that night too was rocking for those last few games. I've had a couple of games. Well, we had a Sunday game at Charlestown, which is traditionally not a time slot that gets huge audiences, but they had quite a few there that day as well. East Maitland in round 11 last day of the season. That was a big crowd. So we put the call out. Our Sydney and Wollongong counterparts have got to raise the bar in terms of crowd support into season 4. The Newcastle teams have got them covered at the moment.
Well, that was a good win for us against Wenty. We didn't finish until 10:30 at night at St John's and then had to play at 10 o'clock the next morning back up at Soldiers. So we didn't get home till nearly 2 o'clock. And then, of course, 4 or 5 hours sleep up again into Soldiers by 9 for a roll. So
we had to look at some schedule.
Warilla's had the worst one. There's no doubt about that. They've had to come to Newcastle, I think, 4 times now. But what a side they are. They're so consistent. Cabra, Warilla and Raymond Terrace have been in it every year. Finals every year.
Yeah. Right up there as well. See Corey Daly here just trying to hang on to something.
Just under. It's a great effort. We've stacked a few in here. This might...
Let's put the hand out early for it to slow down. Plays generally the best guide.
Zooming. Another one in the head, though.
Yeah, it is.
Wow.
Sometimes you can get caught between what looks like the right shot on this club green versus what's probably the best option on the green itself on the perfect draw on the other side.
Well, it's a question of whether he's niggling or whether he's going to draw a shot and get out to Franklin's.
He's
niggling.
pushing through.
He's niggling, yeah.
Doesn't want to get the wrong part of his own.
He's played a fair shot here.
Very close.
Half the jack. Yeah, that's their own.
Good bowl, Corey Daly.
A super shot.
Close there. Nearly gone through to the Reynolds bowl. Back of green. As you see on that other game, 48-44. St John's Park.
Really 10 or 12 up just before, and an hour later, and St John's has made their move. Or was it the other way around? Sorry. I saw someone was 10 or 12 up.
St John's.
That's right. We're really hit back. Yeah.
So, Saints eventually they brought a nice little contingent of supporters as well.
There was another couple over there. 6 the difference now. St John's favour. What's the time? What have we got? 4:30. Jeez.
Yeah, we were due for a 4:45 first
dinner.
Practice slot.
Yeah, 4:45
for the teams
dinner.
coming on, so that's going to be extended. We were running ahead of schedule. I think at one point in time we had 6 dead ends and 4 completed ends.
Yeah.
At one stage on this rink, we were.
You're not surprised with Kane, are you? That's a mismatch.
It was actually Nick Carl
Oh, really?
Yeah, Nick Carl was the
good
culprit
boy.
for
Yeah.
probably 4 of those 6.
He probably had
Yeah.
more than just the way things were set up.
They haven't hit your record of like 11 at inter-region league, but
You and Spurry had a few up there at Yamba a couple of months ago.
5 hours, 15 minutes. Won't beat a Pennant game. I played in Melbourne one year against Billy Cornell's out of Bundoora on that old 19-second synthetic. We finished at 8:45 at night with a 1 o'clock start.
wow.
Yeah, I think we had 21 dead ends in a 25-end game.
Wow.
Yeah, she was a long old day.
Battle of attrition in the end.
Saying all that, there's so many different things these days. Lee, shorter games, the sets play.
Yeah.
Is 21 ends still the format, or players would just play whatever it is? I guess
The game's got to move with what the game needs, which is shorter games. No, I don't like it as much, but I'm a bit older, a traditionalist. I think it's exciting. As my sort of time starts to close down, it'll give me something to watch that's very enjoyable.
Yeah, we consume everything in a much smaller bite. As you see Nelson urging this one forward. How far past these front ones? Just drops down. Who's shot there at the moment? It's hard to tell.
I think it's at least 1 to Wenty. Keynes is definitely
That's a favour, Kane. Yeah, absolutely.
Does that give Nick licence to try and get a couple of bowls out here?
Ooh, there. He's only going to drop a yard on his last. He draws it. He's picked the track. Disco's just played a horn. He's pumping the air.
The big left-hand high fives are out over there. Third rink.
Brooks gets Cabra out to 5 in front. There's a big bowl for Nick then. Carl's drawn a great shot on the ditch.
Going big.
He's going firm. Depends what angle he gets.
He's got the jack, hasn't he? Oh, he's got them both.
Well,
Oh,
doesn't have to
super
get the
shot.
two bowls
Great
out.
shot, Nick Carl.
He was after the gap. He must have had a small window there to clean the jack up, but
I don't know why.
a couple of bowls is...
A lot of head shaking going on.
Corey Daly signalled 2 down.
It was a good hit, wasn't it? Skirts past that, he hits the jack instead he hits the 2 bowls. A good shot.
Same bowl attempted. And, well, Kay Nelson's already running after it, so it's got to be in the area.
Yeah, it'd be short odds to draw this, I think.
Has
Tell
he
you
gone
what.
too high? He needs
Oh,
really
it'll come
good
late.
weight to get back
It'll
now.
come late.
Really good weight.
It'll come
to
late.
enough.
There it comes.
Don't do anything silly and fall against the buyers.
No.
No, it's done enough. One shot there to the Wenty League's Magpies. 53-48. 8 ends remaining. Thankfully for our camera crew, this does appear to be the rink that's going to finish last. 17 ends played here. 19.
St John's has jumped Gorilla now back out to 8 again. With 9 ends to go.
On the back of a big win there at the moment. Nathan Black, 21 shots to 7. I was going to say in front of Aaron Tees. I think that was where most of the damage was done. Tees and Roseanne's switching positions. Aaron's gone to lead from skip.
Well, Blackie's never played here before, but being a South Australian, getting a 17, 18 second synthetic, it's just going to suit him.
Form player too, Blackie, at the moment, isn't he?
Oh, he's certainly, for his age. I mean, him and Kane both so young, yet so good. It annoys me. They're less than half my age, and they're in the Jackaroos. Good kids, good players. Hopefully, I can pass something onto them before my time's done, and then they continue the Jackaroos march.
It's been a somewhat tough sort of Australian career for you, right, isn't it? Was it about 2010 or something in game 1 and 2025 game 2?
I actually retired. And then, you're right, the move up here really inspired me. I was done. I just wanted to play Pennant, and then... Tonks is really floating them in a good areas here.
Played well all day.
But I don't know, probably don't realise, but I've been at Terrace now over 6 years, which means it's the longest place I've been. And I'm not going anywhere in a hurry. I'm signed on till the end of 2029. So, club's placed faith in me, and I've returned by putting a signature on the piece of paper.
Good to hear. So there you are. If you're in the area yourself and looking for a club to be at, you've got someone like Lee Schreiner here for the next few years at least to be around and learn from. And it's obviously something that you guys do well amongst your top side with the grades below platinum, because they're here supporting you throughout your game, so that must filter down with you doing the same back to all the other grades as well.
Yeah, it's just one of those clubs where you sit down and have a drink afterwards. It doesn't matter who's there, whether it's a spectator, a Division 8 player, or a platinum player. It really is a big family. Those that upset the family have moved on, and then, yeah.
Very good culture, really. Obviously,
sensational.
Yeah,
I mean, we're not a rich club by any means. Our budget for platinum is a hell of a lot lower than some of the others. Big loan, obviously, coming our way for the renovations.
Exciting times.
Yeah, it's a pity this screen's gonna go. It's over 20 years old. Doesn't look it, does it?
The team do a good job. I love all the logos and the markings that they've...
Well, that's just an appreciation to our club sponsors. And
yeah. Where are we without those sponsors, right? And obviously, your scoreboards all have individual sponsors of different businesses that contribute to the club, and
gives us the opportunity to sponsor other sporting clubs and other organisations within our own community as well.
Well, what you have done well, obviously, you mentioned a bowls budget as such, but the club's taken the opportunity to have employees and workers amongst you, especially that your top 12 here that are going to play later on this evening.
Played a good shot here.
Threw that nicely.
Yeah, it's a very good shot. Yeah. But it doesn't matter where she goes, mate. She's a new game there again. That's not going to be shot by the end.
How many of your 12 that'll feature tonight have employment here at the club, right?
Yeah, okay. So we'll start with Bousey and Lennon. They're our two bowls coordinators. Their second is Shannon Giddos, who's one of our maintenance boys. Brendan Stokes is leading. He's not employed here. My rink, I'm not employed here. I'm contracted here to do some bookwork. My third is obviously Cohen, who's not going to be contracted. He's from Interstate.
Just a little way away,
Lockie, no. And Tim's a bar manager. So how many is that so far? It's 4 out of 8.
4, yeah.
And then we've got the other rink of J-By's a maintenance boy, so that's 5. His third is Peter Taylor, so no. His second is Jason Stokes, our CEO. That's 6. And their lead is Josh Bell. No, he works in the mines.
So half?
So 6 of our 10, plus our 2 fly-ins.
Yep. So that allows you that opportunity, doesn't it, to bolster your squad without having to go outside the budget, so to speak, for you.
There's nothing wrong with bowling clubs giving work to bowlers.
Of any grade, right? Like if I know it's the same as Warilla, there's a few of their non-top grade players that that hold different positions around the club and bar work, and that's been the case there for a few years.
Yeah. It's pretty well down here, isn't it?
Just needs to run on here,
Corey.
It's trickling. It's a trickling. That's good enough.
Yeah. Enough for one.
Well, Joe's just got to drop a yard here and it's all over it. Smacked the track with his first. That looked very, very soft out of the hand.
Just under line as well from the first. Does he sneak around enough for shot? Not quite. Getting towards critical stage.
I will leave you soon so you can commentate at the end, but yeah, it looks actually very tight. It's easy driving here at lead. Shot ball out.
Yeah, well, we're definitely looking forward to a good atmosphere tonight, Lee, and I'm sure you guys will feed off of that out there tonight. So
I won't hear a thing, mate. As people know, once I'm on the green, it's
Go time.
It's concentration central.
Well, the only thing before you do get away, mate, and go and prepare, Richard, a great regular season record, but no secret. It hasn't been the best in finals. I think you're 1 from 5.
Yeah.
Anything you need to do different? I'm sure there's probably not a lot, but probably just getting a first win would probably just kickstart things again.
Well, the first game we played in finals, we won. We've seen Warilla off at Warilla. We haven't had a good run, so to speak. We lost the last bowl thriller to Warilla at Cabramatta, of course, and then played Cabramatta, who just cleaned up. Maryland's last game to cost them their first win to make it, and then cleaned up 𝗟𝗓𝗡𝗡𝗓, so they were red hot. We jumped them and they caught us at the end. But basically, it's our best chance to win a couple of finals, but don't know if it's anything we've sort of done too much wrong. We've played some pretty hot opposition in the finals. And as you know, if the game gets away, they can blow out. But
especially in a masterboard only format, right? Ring points get eliminated. Nick under the line here. Does he get by to get shot?
He does.
Does.
That'll do. Just lead at the end of this end.
You'd be pleased to know, Lee, that there's been quite a few comments in our chat throughout the course of this match hoping for a Jets victory, even though they haven't even been on in this session. So there's plenty of supporters out there for Raymond Terrace.
Kane's good here.
Kane, how close does he get now? And hidden as well.
There's a nice shelf on the forehand if he wants to play up there. He's got Brewsty behind.
Yeah, we've got their even share in behind. But yeah, well done, Kane. You see his first bowl there out near Jack-Eye and corrected that line.
Can Nick pick the swing line down here? Probably doesn't want to play it as fast as he thinks.
Just focusing in there. I suggest he's a very visual player. You just see there, eyes on the screen. He's just, I assume, trying to identify a line. He'd know what weight he wants to play. He's probably just trying to picture that line. He's well up in weight.
Clear the front red and he's close. He's got this.
What a shot, Nick Carl. Brilliant. That could be a masterboard winning shot, that one.
That's
it's
a
2.
big shot. Big shot. All right, I'm going to leave you guys to it to call in.
Thanks very much, Lee Schreiner, for coming to join us. Great to have your insights. Very best of luck to you and the Jets here in, I was going to say an hour or so's time. Might be closer to 90 minutes. So
we'll give it our best, mate.
I'll let you go and prepare, and hopefully your guys do the job this evening. Thanks again for coming in.
All right, buddy. Catch us later.
Thanks, viewers. He had Lee Schreiner from the Raymond Terrace Jets. We thank him immensely for giving up his time as he'll go back and prepare with their squad ahead of the game this evening. A huge shot there from Kale. Pick up a 2. 22-17. And Jace, that was... That was an absolute pleasure to have Lee Schreiner here join us in commentary. I took a lot out of that, and I hope those of you watching on did as well, just how meticulous a planner and a preparer that Lee is, and I love that. Obviously, not putting too much pressure on himself and the team tonight, saying, well, if we do, we do, and if we don't, we don't. We've put the work in. We know we can do it, and now we'll just go out and give it our best shot, which I think is all you can do. And sometimes in this sport as well as any other, it's you're gonna get the job done, and other times you run into a master performance from the other
Absolutely,
team.
yeah, absolutely. And as you said, absolute pleasure for him to give his time, 20, 30 minutes to the viewers here. Really good to see him jump on here and give his insights. He's obviously very passionate about the club here too. He's really enjoyed his move here to Raymond Terrace. He mentioned 6 years, and yeah, he's off to go and get prepared tonight. They're due to be on 6 p.m. We'll see how close that schedule will stay.
See, yeah, 2 lead bowls, Reynolds and Socket,
Yes,
piling them in.
brilliant.
It's Cabra that's holding, and they don't need to do a lot from here. There's one more shot to go on for Jacob Nelson. That score 17-13 now as they're in their 21st and final end. Uh, 55-49, that game up to date on screen. He's at the far end of the green, tightening up as well.
Yep.
Warilla 49, St John's Park 52. So we'll get that other board updated for you. 57 ends played. Warilla up to 49 now on that board as the team look to update that score for you in just a moment. We're tracking, of course, the live scores via Bowls Link and getting that all up to date. So, yeah, put that score in there now. Silence across the green mixed with some huge cheers, Jace.
Yeah,
it's at the 10th stage now.
It is. They're hanging on every single bowl that's coming down, both games.
You don't often see these games go down to the wire. You can get one team get in front and push forward, but this is up for grabs. Both sides of the green. Anything can happen. Close games all around the sporting landscape here. Today, Cabramatta 55, Wenty Leagues 49. 6 the difference, 6 to play. Wenty need one big count across the rinks here, Jace. I just feel to really boost and apply that pressure to Cabra. We said they've done a terrific job. 10th place, season 1. 9th place, season 2. Made their way to only 2 wins and 3 wins in the first season, so they won more games this year than they did in the first 2 combined. Pushed into 5th place.
Yeah, right in this match too against
our season 1 champions.
Yep.
All to play for. Yeah, Jay Bruce holding one on the mat. It's a tough one to remove there.
Yeah, so Jay just playing a cover shot here. Well, he's gone all the way in, unfortunately, so. Cabramatta will be pretty happy with that front of that head set up. Just be looking at where the opportunity is for Wenty to make counts.
Trying to get some contact here.
Corey
Anything
Daly.
will help.
Oh, he's absolutely jammed that on top.
I was going to say anything would help, but it's almost landed exactly how it was.
Wow, Corey Daly unlucky. He's had a couple of unlucky bowls in this second half. He's played great shots. Look at this.
It right in the middle. Middle jack, middle bowl. It's all happening. Everywhere you look, there's excitement galore.
Well, Jay Bruce, well, he's come right down onto it. Got one in behind, but that might have just fattened the target up now for more weight.
Get the camera operators ready at the back of the rink and the spectators.
Yeah.
This jack could go flying.
Well, he looks like he's lining up a bit heavier than previously, and there he goes. Sure, it's going to swing. So Nick Cale, what's he do here? Nick Cale, sorry, what's he do here? Again, Just looking at the danger.
Trying to, yeah.
Where's the opportunities for Wenty?
Well, you'd have to think if there's connection, Jace, that the jack's going to go flying off the rink more likely than not.
Well, does he look at the blocker shot? I know it's a shot that players use, but very hard to play a block shot on this sort of surface, though, isn't it?
There's probably any weight to miss it. So I think you try and find a spot where if the jack rattles and stays in, that they're in trouble. Looks like it is there, right-hand side of the screen, and amongst those red bowls.
You got the two reds, plus the 𝗟𝗟𝗡𝗡𝗡𝗡𝗔𝗡 bowl there could all come into equation, couldn't it? But I think if you're hitting that head, there's going to be some movement. Yeah, good home there. Over to you, Kane. He goes big.
Forehand, quick.
It's close.
Puts the bowls
he got
out.
them both out.
Cleared the three closest bowls, one of
What
his
a
and
shot.
two of the opposition. Bowls go flying. Watch this on the replay. You see him there staring it down. Just drifts past the jack. All those three bowls go. And that red one belonging to Wenty Leagues, now the shot.
Nick just taking his time, getting his thoughts together. Just wants to draw the shot here.
So Nick, well, he's actually playing firm weight himself.
Yeah, he
Bowl or
is.
jack.
He's looking for the bowl, obviously.
Does he get this red?
He's close here.
Not
Any
onto
edge
the
of it?
yellow. Not onto
Oh,
the yellow.
no.
Well, it may have still gone far. Well, this is interesting. Do we see it returned? As we see on our other scoreboard, there's another lead change, Joe. 53-52, Warilla.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
They were pushing out to nearly being a deficit of 10 not long ago again, so...
I'll let the players go here. There's a drive next door from 𝗟𝗓𝗡𝗓, so Kane's just backed off the mat just to wait and see what happens there. So Nelson, well, he's urging it to hang on, and as we said before, if the bowl's going to hang, it'll be at the hanger.
Just got to get up and past there. Yeah, one finger goes up, so it is only the one.
He was down after that, so a couple of good strikes.
Well, 55, 51 after 58. Well within striking distance.
Well, maybe it was two then, was it?
Well, I'm going off of what the scoreboard attendant's got. He may be wrong, but let's see what the live score says.
Players just updating the rink board here at the venue. So it was two shots there indeed to Wenty. Right. Terrific drive from Kane Nelson and an unfortunate drive for Nick Carl. So 55-51, 53-52. Can it get any closer? 5 ends to go in both games. The crowd building. The locals are coming in to watch their Jets later on this evening.
All right.
Tonkin's been a terrific leader in this side. Had a great game, Jace, hasn't he? You know, one of those unsung heroes playing up front. You see 𝗟𝗓𝗡𝗓 getting a 2-shot count on the neighbouring rink. So that rink has finished their 21 ends. It's ended 19-13. So 6 the difference, 4 to play. Going to assume that Wenty Leagues need to win at least 3, if not all 4 of these ends, Jace, to really give themselves a chance.
Oh, most definitely. And that's a bit unfortunate to get Jimmy up there. So, well, just quickly another 2 shots to Warilla over there on the Gary Kelly rink. I just saw the indication. No, one shot it is, sorry.
You've got double vision, Jace.
Wait for the live scores, viewers.
You're confusing our team in the background. Right. Cabra holding. It's already one of these ends where the perfect line still available. Now, Chase, couple ends to go here. Who would you rather be? Would you rather be, the Kane Nelson, Matthew Longswan, Aaron Wilson with a couple ends to go, or would you rather be the Jacob Nelson or Carl Healy rinks and your job's done and you can just be in the cheer squad for the rest? Which side of the fence would you rather be?
Me, myself, you want to have the full control of the result, don't you? Take the confidence out of having that control. And
probably depends how I'm playing.
It
if
does
I feel like
depend.
I'm playing good, I'm happy to be out there.
Definitely.
If I'm not playing well, I'm happy to
if you got someone
be the best cheer.
Absolutely. If you're Aaron Wilson, you want to be the last one off, don't you? Bloke of his... Any of them can be the last one off, it doesn't matter. But obviously in this situation, you'd like to have... just because of the scoreline, Nick Carl, you'd like to have seen him off a little bit earlier maybe, as far as rink management, but 7 or 8 dead ends makes it very hard for that to happen.
See Franklin Fong holding here with his first. We're going to get an update on the Wilson and Long Swan rink. They've got essentially the last bowl or second last bowl going down at the moment over there. As you see Franklin, he's watching that other rink as his own bowl comes down. I want to just taken the eyes off the target slightly there.
Slide, but...
There's a hush around the venue, Jace, as it appears as though it's going to be Cabramatta that score on the Aaron Wilson rink. We'll see what situation is. We'll get that final confirmation.
Jack Smith with one finger in the air.
One there to Cabramatta, so 58-51. Wilson and Long Swan going to their last end. Second last end here, Carl and Kane Nelson. Over on the Warilla game, it was a further shot to Warilla. So they now are 3 in front with 3 to play. And there is 1 end left each on that St John's Park Warilla game. All 3 rinks have completed 20 ends. So they'll go back and forth to see what happens, and people trying to kill ends.
Oh, there could be some fun. There could be some fun over in that game, couldn't there, in the next half an hour?
We've got enough fun in front of us here at the moment as the Magpies try and do what they can.
Magpies need to win the next 3 ends, there's no doubt about that.
Yeah, you would think so, the way it's going.
At this level. Jay Bruce.
One down at the moment. Run? If he clear road, he counts. Oh, look at that, just take off.
Wow. Did you see that? That just turned on a dime at 90 degrees. Wow. Even the players are quite perplexed at it out there.
Just
Smiles
looking from
around.
The side on. I think Jimmy Reynolds had the whip in the wrong hand. He pulled the whip to cheer it on, but bent sideways rather than kick forwards.
Yep.
Corey Daly, does he clear these bowls at the front himself?
Get onto that too is a good result.
He's played it well. Great shot, Corey Daly.
Can still be used though by Cabra. It's a bowl that they can come and sit on. That big gap's not there now. Jay Bruce got to play a similar bowl with a foot of weight, really, doesn't he?
See it here in replay.
Here we go.
This? It must just
see that.
A slight dip in the rink. That's just turned at 90-degree angles. Amazing what a lawn bowl can do on a rink.
Well, I'll tell you, for a 20-year-old green, it still plays very, very well, Lee.
Does he get this same hook? He'd love it now. If you get that same bend, you'll get to the
jack.
For it. Just goes past. Well, at least one, maybe 2. And So Corey's going in for a look. No indication. They're just going to keep that amongst themselves at the moment. We've got our team keeping an eagle eye for us on situations in St John's Park and Rilla. As we said, 20 ends completed on all 3 rinks over there. Skip's going to the mat on one of those, so still plenty to play out, but we'll keep that board up to date for you as those scores come in. Thanks to everyone who's starting to join the coverage. Huge numbers watching on as things come to a close in our elimination final and qualifying final. Lee Stinson and Jason Pinnock here with you in commentaries. We just ticked past 5 p.m. local time. We were an advertised 6 p.m. start, so we can let you know we will be a bit later than that. There is no question. Well, giving the opportunity for players to come and practice, and given the state of the game here, Jace, it wouldn't surprise to see another dead end or 5.
This is true, mate. We could be bringing coverage till midnight. Quite happy to do that.
Yeah, well, I'll get you to co-sign that invoice that you and I have put into Billy Johnston and the team for our overtime payment. We're loving this. Cannot go wrong seeing great bowls, great players, great facility in what is probably the greatest club competition in the world. Nick Cale needing it to anchor down.
Slow down now.
Going to go through. So Kane Nelson just short. Nick Cale just passed. Kane needing half a metre to get into the count.
Probably important that Kane counts here too, Lee, when you look at that scoreboard.
Well, he's got a little trot up early. Generally a good sign.
He's asking it to go.
Does he clear everything? Needs it to get around these reds, Jace.
He has. What a shot. Great shot, Kane Nelson. So that's a 3. What's Nick looking at?
Looks like he's done enough.
Nick's looking at something straight up through the middle there. I thought he would just be looking to take a metre off his previous bowl, but...
You've got to play what you're confident in. If you think you're going to swing the jack, go for it. Could hit his own. Yep. State of the game. Sometimes you're happier to play firmer rather than softer.
Don't know if you could hear that, ladies and gentlemen, but massive bowl by Dawn Heyman in that match across there. That's why Nick Cahill's just taking a little break here. Massive bowl. She's trailed a jack. Not sure what the outcome is, but back to Nick
massive
now.
Bowls. The other rink is waiting for this bowl of Nick's to come to an end, and his firm weight. I'm waiting to see what happens. He's pulled it into the pack.
He's close here.
Let's see what he gets.
He's
past the pack, gets the jack.
Does it.
And it is out of bounds.
That's in. Oh.
No, it's out. If it's in, he makes 2 and probably seals the deal, but it's gone out. And we'll go around again.
Wow.
I thought he was into the pack, but it just held by.
Number 8.
Got the jack. You see the great angle. Look at it go towards that boundary peg, and it's just fallen outside. It probably went into the ditch.
Yeah.
Inside the peg.
Big shot, though.
And
big
rolled
shot.
Through the ditch. Well, just picked the wrong line there, Nick, as he looks on from the side at us. Good shot. Probably 3 down there, but gets to replay the end. Still 7 the difference. Still no update on any rink scoreboard in the St John's Park Rilla games, so players still...
Big roar over there after the Dawn Heyman bowl. Gary Kelly has drawn the shot.
Dawn has another bowl to go, so we'll see what happens there.
Okay, Alex
Chris
now.
Rosands and Nathan Black also playing their skips bowls. And Corey Wedlock and Ben Twist about to play theirs, so it's going to be potentially a rapid-fire finish, although there may need to be some dead ends for one team or the other over there.
Rick Lucy drawing the shot for Wenty on the far rink he has at the moment.
Oh, what a finish we're in for here. And, of course, viewers, this is just game 1 of 4 of the TAB Platinum Pennant Final Series. We're here for the next day and a half.
Oh.
Jack Lewis now trails the Jack on our third rink to hold a nice little count for Cabra, and it almost landed directly in front of the Jack. So, see what Lucy and Long Swan can do over there, and how many shots they leave this rink chasing on the last couple of ends.
Pretty loose opener, isn't it, really, for the leads here? So big chance here for James Reynolds. He can get right on top of this Jack here. This is going to make it very difficult for Wenty. James would be wanting to at least get past this Jack. That would be his very first thought. Must be up.
Overdid it, both leads.
Did overdo
Haven't
it,
been to
didn't he?
this short Jack length for a long time.
It is.
Both leads just missing the mark. And we have a dead end on the Heyman Kelly rink.
She thought she had the shot bowl for a second, but she got a bit of Jack on the way through.
So they'll play 21 again. I think there may be 21 ends completed on one of those rinks over there. We'll wait for that score.
Oh, what a shot
in
here. Franklin Fong doing it for the Wenty crew. Drawing the shot. Still a bit of room there, but importantly, drawn a close one.
So it's Warilla 55-53. You see that updated on our board. So it was 1 to St John's Park for Nathan Black. As you see here, Michael Phillips.
Does he get right under here?
Oh, well played.
Michael Phillips. What a shot.
Touch of the Jack. Straight in here under. Franklin got his own bowl to work with here, backhand side, so he switches over away from this aggressive club side of the green. Well, Franklin hasn't played it too bad here. Does he find that line underneath his own as well?
Well, it's all weight dependent. He can get straight up and through his as well. He should get a good run out of that. Another flop.
Played it well.
What an effort.
Yeah, got themselves a nice tight second in there at the moment. So plenty to play for. 58-51 here.
High fives on that far rink, Warilla and St John's Park. High fives for Corey Wedlock. So
Mickey Phillips switches hands, comes across to his backhand.
Pretty good switch, really.
Played it pretty good. Yeah, it was just trying to probably get a roll out of his own, just overplayed it slightly. Let you know that Long Swan and Wilson have played one bowl each, which is slightly obscured from the players' views as to what the situation is over there.
Maddie Longswan's drawn the shot.
Okay, so one bowl left each over there for both skips. Obviously not a disastrous result for Cabramatta. If they were to lose one over there, but very close to sealing the deal if they win it.
That's exactly right. Disco on the trot.
And Corey Daly wait here forehand. He's close to something too, Jace. Where's this Jack going to go? Well, we're out of bounds. There we go.
Number 9.
Number 9, out of bounds. Overtime for the commentators.
Well,
we're going to start the next game, I think, at 8:30 by the looks of this, the way we're going. Let's see what happens. There's plenty to play out yet, and with the state of the game, there's no reason why we may not see more dead ends. They're chasing big numbers.
You lose this game, you're out. You lose this game, you're out. So
you lose by 1 or lose by 20, it's the same result.
That's
right. I can see on that far rink, Matthew Longswan is about to play his last bowl. He still does hold shot, so Aaron Wilson with no more bowls to go. So we'll get a score on that rink in just a moment as players begin to shake hands on our third rink as Long Swan's bowl
He's just dropped.
Comes in,
so
and it
he's
looks
dropped
like
a two.
Two
So
shots.
2 it is to Wenty over there.
So they did what they needed to do and win that end.
Well, this is
5 the difference, 2 ends to go. So
this is good for you, viewers. You'll get to see this masterboard result come home here on the live stream rink. So keep an eye on that far game. Marilla and St John's Park. There's a lot of chat going on over there between Ben Twist and Matt Peterson.
can't quite see from where I am, Jace. I think Twist may still have 2 bowls to play and Wedlock 1 potentially, although that is on the furthest rink from our commentary spot. So as soon as we do have any scores on that other game, we'll keep that up to date for you. 2 rinks playing 1 end each. And of course in our feature, 58-53. Cabramatta in front.
Jimmy Reynolds,
holding on. This
I'm
has
loving
been
this line.
Great game.
I'm loving this line. It's all down to his weight here, Lee. He's very close here. Can he tuck the jack? Jimmy Reynolds, what an absolute champion. Brilliant shot, just dragging that jack around, closing it off a little bit. This is why this man has represented at the highest level for a long, long time. The big
Started
players
playing for Australia 2002.
Yeah.
Well, one rink is finished over there. So that was Ben Twist's last bowl over on that far rink. So players will be getting a score input. It's too far away for us to see live at the moment as Franklin Fong tries to make contact, finishes just behind. Wonder if we can get our team to get a view. The players from the 2 completed rinks is shoulder to shoulder, watching on.
Yeah, it's a good view. This is what sides games are all about. Club versus club. Looking for weight early on here. He's asking Franklin to get up and at this. He doesn't like the look of it. So
the only thing they don't want, Jace, is probably 2/3 of the nearest bowl onto the jack and the jack to stay in bounds. It's probably not ideal for them. They want to get both bowls away or jack out of bounds. Franklin Fong, forehand. Firm weight. It won't bend much on this hand.
Tell you what, he's in an area, Lee. How does he get it? Well, he's unlucky. But what he's done, he's actually got the toucher of James Reynolds out of bounds. So,
okay, things are finished on that rink. Wedlock and Twist. Scoreboard's been updated for you. Warilla 57, St John's Park 53. So that leaves Gary Kelly and Dawn Heyman out on the green on the 63rd and final end. Dawn chasing a big score. Gary trying to protect the lead. Yeah, good bowl there from Phillips. Adds to the count without broadening the target.
yeah.
I think they need to almost draw the shot here, Jace. If they're just overweight and lift the shot bowl, great. Turn the jack into
that's
view.
right. They've got two ends to play with here. They just want to look at getting a score on this end.
Yeah, really want to get a couple here.
Yeah.
That would be ideal. Get at least 2 here. This is the end. Just to narrow the gap. They need to score. You would think if they get to 6 or more in front, that's going to be tough for Wenty. It's possible, but tough. So Corey Daly just trying to get a really close second or turn the bowl. Well, he's going to finish just in behind, so that's in a catching position.
Well, there's 2 red bowls they're catching now, so.
He'd love to get to those bowls on the back end, but he doesn't want to. He doesn't want to promote the Tonkin bowl out on the far side. We see that here in a moment. They currently hold 2. Yeah, so Brewster's going to play towards their own bowls. See in there that bowl on the right-hand side of centre. That belongs to Wenty Leagues. They don't want to bring that in any closer
He just wants to
Jay's
just
going to
slow
get to
a little bit, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's going to get to a spot. Well, how far does this go now?
Don't know if that's what he wanted. Yeah, they're not. Okay.
Well, see the angles here. I wonder if that straightens the jack to keep it in bounds.
Well, they could both go
They
without
might get
jack.
both
That's
bowls.
the thing. They're touching. So here we go.
Corey
Daly. We're going to find out. Oh,
Where's
got
the jack?
Where's the
It's
jack
a photo
go?
finish. Does the jack win? Does the boundary peg win? It's the jack. And we're out of bounds.
That's number 10 for in double figures. Number 10.
10 dead ends. Count them up. We're going to need a new scorecard. Good hit. Unfortunate result there for Cabramatta. As you see players there, St John's Park and Warilla watching on. See Taylor Males bowl go through. So does appear to be Warilla bowl. Craig Roberts alongside the jack. So
I wouldn't have a
skips
clue,
to
Lee,
play.
but you'd know all them bowls over there, you would.
Skips to play there. Gary Kelly 2 to play. Dawn Heyman 2 to play. 4 the difference. Over here, 5 the difference. 2 ends to go. And Jack's going to come a fraction deeper than we just saw. And if you're winning leagues, you really want to get on top of this nice and early. Try and apply any pressure you can. And obviously Cabramatta trying to do just the opposite. They had the good bowls there. Jimmy Reynolds just got moved. Unfortunate result there for Bruce in getting that target bigger. But a good connection nonetheless.
Absolutely.
Corey Daly with his last.
Absolutely. Well, another good result around the grounds. I know it's not for everyone, but my Yamba Grade 1 team, mate, they got up today over Byron Bay. It's good to see. Well done there, fellas. Good to see. First game of the season for us in our Open Pennant. We are hosting the Bowls New South Wales Grade 1 Pennant finals, mate, so we've got a little bit of hope of trying to get our team through to those finals.
Yeah, they've done well since they've left you out of the side, Jason. Come on strong.
That was men's pennant, mate. I didn't even put in for the Open.
James Reynolds, great reply.
Yeah, what a
Two good
great
shots
shot
there from our leads. I thought you were going to talk about the NRL.
Oh, well, that will come into it, but let's stay with the bowls.
Tonight. Okay.
Let's just stay with the bowls for now.
What a finish.
We do
Players from all clubs watching on. You saw the film there earlier, Warilla and St John's Park.
Alex Tonkin,
watching that rink. It's
He has
much the
played
same here.
sensational.
The players for Wenty and Cabra, they can't stand still. Some of the players are going to sit down. Some are standing up. They don't know what to do.
I don't know if they should go and get a feed or whether they're going home. That's the thing, too. That's the other thing they're thinking of, like,
Yeah,
well, have some
Warilla and
food
St
if they're going to go
John's,
back out.
Yeah,
If
they've
you
got a second
lose,
chance, haven't they? These
that's
two
right.
don't.
If you lose, what are you doing? Are you packing up and going home and having dinner, you know, getting home to families and whatnot? Like, a lot going on here.
This is what we like to see. Concluding stages. Platinum Pennant, Season 3. It's been an outstanding afternoon. If you've been with us all the way through or you've joined throughout at any stage after your own commitments earlier on today, you've witnessed an absolute spectacle of high standard bowls. Hasn't finished yet. There's head scratching in the other game. One bowl left each for Warilla and St John's Park at the moment on their 63rd end. We're in the early stages of end number 62 here on our feature elimination final. There's Michael Phillips, just short, half a metre or so there, so still Wenty Leagues holding on to 2. You see in the background too, Jace just off camera, the Raymond Terrace Jets. They're out watching on, eagerly waiting to see who they'll play. And of course, they'll feature in our second game today to take on the winner of Warilla and St John's Park. So that's going to be a thrill later on, no matter what way that goes over there on their 63rd end.
Yeah.
Franklin just packed those out a little wide. So Michael Phillips, half a metre short with his first. Certainly more weight probably just too much as that one goes by. Gary Kelly on their rink. Well, he's not facing game at the moment. He's playing his last bowl to a position to try and eliminate danger over there. So Dawn Heyman with one bowl to go. We'll see when they've decided what to play. Let you know what happens over there. Great shot from our team on screen there to get you what we can of that coverage as we switch back now to Corey Daly. Holding to Wenty. Franklin Fong not adding to the count. Does this one hold on? It's carrying pace.
He's got some
what
pace,
does it
hasn't
sit?
it? He's got the Jimmy Reynolds bowl and he sat there for 3 shots.
Very fortunate result. That one was sailing through.
It was.
So they hold 3 at the moment.
Got to say, though.
Down to the wire. Jay Bruce, he thinks it's heavy out of his hand. As Dawn Heyman is underway with her bowl. You'll probably hear anything that happens over there. And I think it was 1 shot to St John's. So we'll wait for that to be confirmed. You see players shake hands. It does appear that the Warilla Gorillas have taken out the qualifying final.
Here we go now.
Corey Daly, well, he's played a better weight here. He was quick with his first. Needs this to bend in. Well, this is going to count.
Well, that's 4 shots to Wenty. Here we go.
Just going to back him on the draw. First bowl for Bruce, about 1.5 meters heavy. Well, he's not urging this one to stop. Must like this. Just needs it to bend back now. Jay Bruce, how far have you come?
Have you got the legs? Have you got the legs? Oh, unfortunate.
Can it get any closer? Look at the players, Jace, from our viewpoint.
great,
They're all
isn't
up
it?
on their feet, cheering on their teammates. Cabramatta nervous. Wenty League's nervous. Anyone from those clubs at home nervous, watching on. Right. Okay, Nelson on the mat. We believe holding 4 shots.
Down on a nice high line, but we do know they come back from there. Look at this.
Between the 2 reds is what he's
there we
after.
go. That's 5 now to Wenty.
Oh, I think
Turning into a big end here.
Mikhail's gone over for a chat with Aaron Wilson and Carl Healy.
Smart move, this one, Lee.
I think he probably knows what shot to play. This is probably a reconfirmation of what he wants to do.
And just a boost of confidence from those 2 blokes, you know.
I think stage of the game, the nerves, the pressure.
Yeah.
I think he'll go at it.
Oh, he's got to hit this.
You can draw it. There's no doubt you can draw a shot. There's a couple of bowls to sit on, but even if he's a bowl and a half off on the drive, there is things he can hit. Well,
no, he's going for the draw.
Ladies and gentlemen, 2 huge bowls coming up here for Nick Cale. Down on the head, just needs it to pull up.
Well, that's all it needs. I think he's quick. Easy to be quick when you're trying to draw a shot here, especially when you're 5 down. You want to give it a chance. You don't want to be...
Just going to give you an option here, Jace. So holding 5. To hold 6, yeah, that'd be great.
No.
But do you get to the back of the rink? And if the jack somehow stays in, you retain shot.
It's probably important for the big board, yes.
You know, or does he try and count? Does he get in front? He's going to play the same hand.
Well, number pressure can do amazing things too, can't it, Lee?
I think ideally you'd love to curl around the front and get back to centre line.
Well, he's out on that draw line.
Atmosphere. He's got the hand as if he's a bit quick.
Quicker than his previous,
Yeah,
isn't he?
he's just going past his first, I think. Oh, it's not going to count. So 5 shots. Carl and Nick having a chat. Nick Cale, what do you back yourself to do? Do you want to hit it or a couple of metres off? Well, he's made his mind up. He walks back to the mat. Well, just gets everything right in the pre-shot routine. Rag over the bowl. A couple of deep breaths. Nick Cale visualising what he wants to do. Just didn't quite have things set up how he wanted. Oh, it's gone quiet, Chase. We're going to be as quiet as we can. Looks like firmer weight. Well, it's all about connection now. What does he get?
Tell you what, Lee, he's very close here. Gets it.
Well, he's taken a few away.
He has.
Might be back to 2.
Could be 2 or 3.
We'll just get the players to confirm. 2 taken out. So we are going to the 63rd end. One third saying 2, 1/3 saying 3. The lie detector's out. The younger man, Jay Bruce, given the task. So, yeah, 3 it is.
3 to Wenty. There you go.
Well, I think Chase, in the run of things, was going to be tough for Nick to reduce the count on the draw. It's probably one of those ones he was either going to draw shot or potentially still be 5 down.
I wish he had have hit it with his first bowl, actually.
Well, for us, we get a grandstand finish. So, 58 Cabramatta, 56 Wenty leagues, 1 into play. The players from either side on the 2 rinks already completed. Well, they've made their way down to the other end of the green to watch on as Alex Tonkin gets us underway. Alex missed in the area that you're somewhat happy to, in behind. James Reynolds done so much in the game. He's seen big moments over and over again throughout his career. What has he got for us here? Played this well.
What, Jimmy, you've played this very well. James Reynolds, what a shot. What a way to open up this end. Pure class.
Tonkin just wants to nestle in the area here if you can. Reynolds, this is where you want a close bowl without broadening the target.
Yeah, that's swung in a very good home. Good leading, Jimmy. Very, very good leading. Franklin Fong now. Swapping across to the backhand here, so he's just looking to try and make contact with that shot bowl of James Reynolds. Does not want to be short. Give his bowl a chance in behind. He's just got to get under that bowl now, although he can promote it in. Just got around it. Just push it through with weight. Very, very weight specific, that hand, to get the right draw back, so... Wants this one to swing hard now. He's coming into a good home also. As we said earlier, ladies and gentlemen, this green has not slowed down at all. If anything, it has got quicker as it's dried out. I've touched on it a few times, and we're getting some brilliant pure draw bowls here. It's a great green this is. He's close here. Franklin Fong, he sat the bowl beautifully and got shot for Wenty. He'll be excited with that, Franklin. Hey, Mickey Phillips now. Looks a little underdone with his line here, unless he's got weight. But he hasn't. Yeah, it's a shame because he had the catches there. It was everything to be up then. I say he'd be very disappointed in that attempt, Lee.
So we're midway through end number 63. Cabramatta 2 in front. Wenty League's holding shot. Can it get any closer? Are we going to see a draw and have all three rinks come back out to one end?
And then have a couple of dead ends to go with it? Hey, we'll be here till midnight. Beauty.
𝗘𝗟𝗑𝗡𝗔𝗓 on the mat. One shot to Wenty. Well, that's under the preferred line.
Yeah, it is.
Does he hang on to make contact with their bowl and stay in the area?
It's ripped out. Oh, wow.
What's all happening?
Yeah.
Bruce, his forehand. Well, he's
I don't mind this air. He's not too bad.
Just under perfect. Does he have the weight to hang on?
No.
Quite.
Chance here for 𝗘𝗟𝗑𝗡𝗡𝗧. He can tuck this jack a little bit. Put some number pressure back on the Cabramatta.
I've made my mind up, Jace. I want to be on the sideline watching. I don't want to be on the mat under this pressure.
Oh, come on, Lee Stinson. This is made for you, something like this.
𝗘𝗟𝗑𝗡𝗧. What
Gets
do you get out of
this
this?
time? He does. That's two now.
It's a broad target there. I think you
is.
just aim at the middle bowl. Aim at the middle red one.
Yeah, it might be a target, but it is two shots. Still got to be hit, doesn't it? Jay Bruce now on the mat. Will we go and big at this?
So Bruce, after the middle red bowl,
just swing.
Going to miss on the wrong side. He had to be underneath that, into the middle bowl. Oh, thank you to each and every one of you for tuning in and watching. Yeah. It's down to the wire. What's going to happen? 2 bowls left each from our skips.
At the moment, it is sitting at 2 shots to Wenty, so it's 58 all.
Kane Nelson, he's had a big game here this afternoon. Well, doesn't want to tip this bowl in for second shot either, Jace. Wants to be around it now.
He is.
Well, he had the line, just overcooked the pace, maybe the adrenaline flowing through
the other
the body.
issue being, Lee, the 2 best backwards are also Wenty's. So
important that Kale gets it with his first.
I think so. Been under the pump here a few times, Nick Carl, but he's been able to turn some heads around and cut counts back. He has been asked to do this again.
Kale doesn't want to miss wide. No, he's under that.
He's underneath. He
gets the second bowl out.
He can get one out.
Yes,
he did. So it's back to 1. That's. Okay, now on the mat.
He didn't muck around, Nelson. He knew he's underway, ladies and gentlemen. You just see Nick Kale get those bowls out. 1 shot
it's on a good
to
line.
Wenty. This one must count. I don't know that he's done enough. Needs to get something against the bias here, probably to hang in.
Wow, what does that do?
I don't know that it's enough. Well, I think... Well, Kane's moved the bowls to the front.
He's moved it.
It's
he
only
didn't get
1.
there, so it is 1 to Wenty.
Well, Cabramatta, 58, have defeated Wenty League's 57.
What a match, Lee Stinson.
That has been an amazing game. Kane Nelson's rink did everything they could. They've come out winners on their rink 28-17. But a couple of nice wins there, Healy and Wilson. But what a finish, 58-57. Wenty Leagues, they fought bravely the entire match, Jace. They
absolutely.
started off nip and tuck. Cabra got away to a nice lead, and they fought back hard, gave it their all. It looked like Cabramatta were going to do it there with 4 or 5 ends to go, but Wenty didn't give up without a fight. And, yeah, what a terrific finish. So
it is, mate. Hats off. It's hats off to Wenty. What a season they've had, as you said previously, running 10th and 9th the previous 2 seasons to make the top 5. Just missed out on booking a berth to go through to a grand final qualifier. But really good season for Wenty, and something that they can take away and move forward to next year. Yeah,
you're spot on, Jace. They should be hugely proud of their efforts, the Wenty League Magpies. But it's that team you see on screen come away with a win. Cabramatta Bullants 58, Wenty League's Magpies 57. That was probably our match of the season so far, Jason. That's only our first game of finals action.
Yeah. When look out for our next match, Raymond Terrace Jets versus the Warilla Gorillas. I think this roof at the hangar is going to lift tonight. So,
and ladies and gentlemen, come back with us in about 60 minutes or so. They're the 2 skips you'll see. It'll be Matthew Bowes against Gary Kelly here on our live stream rinks. So that's it for our first bit of coverage this afternoon into the evening. We hope you've enjoyed our elimination final. It was Cabramatta running out winners, but there you see it on screen. Our major semi, a place in the grand final up for grabs between Raymond Terrace and Warilla. We hope to see you back with us in about an hour.